Good morning, everybody, and happy Thursday. Had to think of what day of the week it was. I got this really unique halo glare or whatever you call that coming in. I don't know where that's coming from, but it's all good. It was there already since this morning when I first logged in, even before the light was here. So I don't know where it's from. It's probably from the light up there, but it's all good. The light behind us. But it's all good. There's a reason why the universe sent that lighting my way.
Halo.
Got a halo. So Shelly's just about to log on. But again, good morning, everybody, and hope you're having a magical. Let's see here, magical. Like I say, Thursday. There is Shelly. And so thanks again for joining us this week for the Army of Love event. I'm Corey Poirier. She's Shelly Rogerson. And we are the Army of Love as it stands. And of course, everybody that we bring on is part of the Army of Love as well. And so really excited to be back with you guys again for the final day of this event, this brand new event we decided to launch. If you're looking to learn more about Blue Talks and maybe watch some Blue Talks, you can go to Blue Talk or youtube.com/Blue Talks. Again, youtube.com/Blue Talks. And there's 2 new videos there from our recent live events. So there's Rosalind Fung's Blue Talks Toronto videos up, and we have Scott McDermott's Blue Talks Alberta event or live video is up as well. So a couple of new videos to check out there, and there's lots of other videos you can dive into as well. Jeffrey Saunders is joining us as he's on the treadmill again watching. Awesome. Being present with meditation and learning from you all. Many blessings. Thanks so much, Jeffrey. So appreciate it. So great to have you here with us. And so like I said, as far as Blue Talks, you can find out all about Blue Talks at either youtube.com/Blue Talks, or you can go to just bluetalks.com. It's just that the YouTube page is more of an active page ongoing. And then I'm going to put up the one we had yesterday as well. Would love to share, just to leave that up for a little while. We'll probably mix back and forth between that and the YouTube link. But yeah, love the shares because, again, we never know who that's going to benefit or help. And I will say that our first guest is coming up in about 20 minutes. We have Sandra Griff coming up in about 20 minutes. And I'm just going to go over to pin this video. So one thing I wish you could just automatically say to pin the video to the top on Facebook, but it doesn't work that way. So I'm doing that for both of them. And so Shelly, anything you want to jump in and talk about right away, or how are things going, or anything along those lines?
I'm just, I'm having a great time joining Corey and hosting this first event of Army of Love, and my first time hosting any event. I'm just having a great time. I hope everybody is learning. And if anybody has any questions for any of our guests, we will try and see them. If we miss anything, then we'll try and answer it a bit later if we can. As far as our guests go too, reach out to them if you have any questions as well. I'm sure they'd love that. Add them in on your Facebook page or Instagram, social media. And lots of them do have free things to offer. If you do sign up with them and get in on their newsletter and events that they have coming up, because there's lots of great things coming up. So yeah, it's been lots of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll add too, if you hear the dinging that happens every now and then, it's messages coming in on my messenger. Sorry, my text. And I just got a new Mac, a MacBook Air. I don't know the model number because if I did, maybe somebody has the same one. But if anybody has any quick answers to how you turn off the notifications, I would love it, because it seems to be different than what it was in the last one. And so that's why I'm having those little dings, is because there's a notification that, it's turned on, and I haven't figured out yet how to turn it fully off. And honestly, I haven't invested the time either, but
I can help you at the break.
Okay, but my other laptop had that turned off, so now it's like a new laptop and it's starting over again.
It's under settings.
Okay, so we'll figure that out in the break. So thank you absolutely for joining us, and even making this possible, because I always say that by joining us for this event and similar events, you're not only giving us a purpose, you're giving a purpose to, of course, our great Blue Talk speakers as well. Jeffrey says maybe turn the volume down for texting. The only problem with that, Jeffrey, is that turns down the volume for everything. So in other words, I wouldn't be able to hear Shelly. I wouldn't be able to hear the guest. So it's a pretty tough one to turn it down because it turns down everything. I wish there was a way, and there probably is, to only turn down one of those, but I don't know that way. So that's the challenge, because the volume is what I did originally the first time it happened to me on the previous laptop. And then I discovered, hey, I can't hear anything now is the problem. So I agree with you, Jeffrey. And we're going to get it fixed in the break. So that way, the future times, it will not happen. By the way, as a side note, not that people maybe care about the back end or backstory, but why I bought the new laptop before this happened, but why I've been using the new laptop more recently is because for the first time in 46 years of having, I haven't had computers that long, but in 46 years of my life and in whatever amount of years having computers, 20 some years, I spilled water on my other Mac just recently. So that is the reason for the new Mac that I'm just starting to get all fully set up. So live and learn. The other laptop still works, but I probably should have taken it into the computer shop, but it still works. And I'm slowly getting some of the stuff that hadn't been backed up off it over to this one. So just all the new learning process with a new laptop. That all said, so I'm going to kick things off today. We've talked about it earlier in the week that I've been doing the Napoleon Hill Think and Grow Rich open and read thing for, I have to look again at the date, but I think it's at least, I'd say close to 10 days now, might be 2 weeks. But similar to what Bob Proctor did for 57 plus years, opened the book and read a portion of the book every day. I would love to commit to and say I'm going to have the same discipline as Mr. Proctor and never miss a day. I can knock on wood and say I haven't missed a day yet, but I never know. Like, I could leave the book somewhere, meaning like at home when I go on a trip or something, who knows? So I don't want to commit to and say it'll be every day for 50 or 60 years, but I felt, Mr. Proctor made that commitment. And I'm obviously a pretty big fan of Think and Grow Rich. Anybody who knows me knows that. So I thought maybe I can make a similar commitment as well. So having said that, every day I open Think and Grow Rich and grab a little spot and just talk about what it means to me or somebody else. And we may do it again with a couple of guests as well, but I'm just going to open the page. And the challenge sometimes, it's okay if I'm reading it because I can just skip to the next section. But when you're actually opening a page in real time and wanting to make sure you have something that's kind of a complete part of the book, it gets tough. So let's see if I can do that again. Okay, I'm gonna use this one here because this seems like it may be a full comment. So this part here starts with the major difference between the genius and the ordinary crank inventor. And he has crank in quotation marks. So I'm not sure crank, if that means like what we think crank means or if it's a totally different thing from the 30s. But the major difference between the genius and the ordinary crank inventor may be found in the fact that the genius works through his faculty of a creative imagination, while the crank knows nothing of this faculty. The scientific inventor, such as Mr. Edison and Dr. Gates, makes use of both the synthetic and creative faculties of imagination. So basically, essentially what he's saying is, let's use Thomas Edison as the example versus whatever the crank is. I'm not sure what that word means, so I'm just assuming it's not a innovative inventor or something to that effect. But to me, what I take from that is that the Thomas Edisons of the world are using their full creative imagination part of their mind. So they're actually tapping into another part of the mind that the quote unquote crank inventor isn't tapping into. One of the things that's interesting about me reading this book now is, I mentioned yesterday, it's the 1945 edition of the book. And so it's actually, there's some stuff that has been changed. The newer books, they are updated and stuff like that. So I don't remember reading the word crank, and I've read this book how many times. So I actually think that's a new part of the book. Or sorry, I'll correct that. The original part of the book that was taken out. I told Shelly about a couple other parts that I think were taken out because of maybe just the times it was. He talked about somebody that, maybe later on they thought he shouldn't have that story in there. But that one there, to me, like I said, it sounds to me like what he's saying is the innovative inventor uses different, well, we know this part, he's saying uses different faculties of the mind that the normal average inventor doesn't. And so if we go one step further down the rabbit hole, and Shelly, you can share your thoughts on this, But I feel like that also relates to entrepreneurs. And it also relates to business owners. Like there's certain entrepreneurs and business owners that I feel tap into more of the creative side of their mind than other entrepreneurs and business owners. Like there's some people that are very practical that just show up and say, these are the numbers, this is how the numbers work. And there's other people that show up and say, this is my vision and how do we make it happen? How do we make this work? And it's even so much so you could even bring that into the different business roles. Like there's certain companies where the CEO might be the visionary and say, this is what we have to make happen. And then you might have the other person in the company that says, here's how we make it happen.
Henry Ford was like that. What was it? The cylinder, that he kept saying that it was in the book, and he kept saying, "You guys can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Get it." Like, and then he kept talking to them and pushing them and saying, "I know it can happen. I know it can happen." But he had a team who was working on it.
Yeah. So that story you're talking about is Henry Ford. And I can't remember what, like yourself,
It was a 6-cylinder or like a 3-cylinder back.
It might have been to like go from a 3-cylinder to a 4 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
But whatever it was, he said, I want this done. He didn't say you guys can do it. He said, I want this done. Mm-hmm. And he put them to work for 3 months, paid them for 3 months to work on this thing. And they basically said, Mr. Ford, we're put in 3 months. It can't be done. It can't be done. There's no way we can make it happen. And he said, okay, I'll come back in 3 months. Let me know if it's done. And they said, but it can't be done. He said, just make it happen. And then he left, and then he came back, and this story went on quite a few times where they basically said, this, what you're wanting done can't be done. And again, him being the visionary, he didn't know how to do it, but he knew it could be done. And he just kept basically paying them and essentially saying to them, I'll pay whatever it takes until it's done, but it will be figured out. I know it's going to be figured out. So it was like he almost manifested it, because he just said, however long it takes, it'll happen. I want this done. And the end story of it, whatever it was, it got done, and it revolutionized Ford as a company. And a lot of people say it gave them that much longer of a head start over the GMs of the world. But to your point, Shelley, it's a great point, because he was the visionary who said, I don't know how to do it, but I want it done. So he was using his imagination about something that didn't exist already and saying, we can create this that didn't exist. And you could go one step further and talk about Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, which he's in a unique situation because he was a bit of both, right? Because he actually knew how to kind of build what he thought was possible and visualize it. And so Steve Jobs, a lot of people might not know this, but Steve Jobs, of course, one of his first big things that he created was the iPod. But his first idea, when he kind of revolutionized Apple after coming back and creating all those new things like the iPod, the iPad, the iPhone, everything, the iMac. But when he came back, the first thing that he originally thought about doing, he saw the movie The Minority Report with Tom Cruise, and on the train or whatever, Tom Cruise in the thing was walking through a train, and this was a futuristic movie, and it showed somebody reading a paper, but it was like a see-through paper, and it was changing in real time. So the news was updating in real time. So Tom walks in there. They put an alert out saying he's wanted, and it literally shows up in that newspaper. Well, Steve Jobs saw that, and as the story goes, he basically said, well, why can't I create that? And ultimately, that's what the iPad is now. So that's where he got the idea for the iPad. There's also a story where he got the idea for the clamshell laptops. If you remember those colored ones from years ago, the different color laptops, the story that he got the idea was he was walking through Sears and he saw the washer dryer, the lids, and said, that would be a great design for a laptop. And that's where he came up with the idea for the clamshell laptops. And I could go on and on. But the point is, there's another example of the visionary who's using the creative aspect of his mind, not just the practical. But now, like I said, the difference between Steve Jobs and Henry Ford, from the little that I know of the two of them and little that I've read, is that Steve Jobs could actually also run a team to actually create what he wanted. So he actually understood the terminology as well. So he was one of those rare people that could do the work, the technical work, but also come up with the vision to decide what technical work they wanted done. So having said that, yeah, so that's a long dive into what that one part means to me. And again, I'm reading it in separation. Like I'm reading only just that one part and then trying to decipher what it means to me. So like if I read that whole section, yeah, obviously I would be able to dive into a lot deeper, but I'm trying to do this in real time. So that's what it means to me, is that there's a difference between using your creative aspect of your mind, or somebody that uses the creative, and somebody that uses the practical, which is why I think you see a lot more accountants and accounting roles doing something practical, and why you see a lot of CEOs that are saying we can create this company that other people are like, I don't think that can exist. And so is there a good or bad? No, I think both make the world go round. And, without diving into or trying to talk about whether Napoleon Hill was right or wrong in that story, I would say that you could argue that you need both types of inventors. But I feel like, knowing what I know about Think and Grow Rich, and again, this is a new part maybe for me because I don't think it was in the versions I read before, but knowing what I know about Napoleon Hill, I think what he was probably trying to teach the person, the reader, and I'll maybe go back to it later and see, is how to tap into that creative side of your mind, like how to actually access more of it.
It's funny that with the whole Johnny Depp lawsuit going on, or the trial, I guess, I was just quickly looking at the Henry Ford, what it was that he created, but I also was thinking about, do you remember when he was on the stand?
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, it actually, I'm sure there was defamation of character lawsuits prior to this, but this is probably maybe even one of the first. But he actually did sue a paper because they had made a comment about him and about his knowledge. And then, so he sued the paper and they had to go to court. They made a statement.
This is Henry Ford.
Yeah, Henry Ford was called an ignorant pacifist. So he objected to the statement and brought a suit against the paper. And this is what I love. And it kind of goes to him, like, getting people to do like what he knew could happen. And so they actually were asking questions. Ford was plied with such questions as the following: who was Benedict Arnold? How many soldiers did the British send over to America to put down the rebellion of 1776? In answer to the last question, Mr. Ford replied, I do not know the exact number of soldiers the British sent over, but I have heard that it was a considerably large number.
Larger number.
Yeah, larger number. Finally, Mr. Ford
became... So I interrupt after you there. Excuse me. It was a significantly larger number than those that came back, is what he said.
Okay.
Meaning that he knows that people died.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses on.
No worries. I just wanted to add that part because it's very powerful.
Finally, Mr. Ford became tired of this line of questioning, and in reply to a particular offensive question, he leaned over, pointed his finger at the lawyer who had asked the question, and said, if I should really want to answer the foolish questions you have been asking me, or any of the other questions, let me remind you that I have a row of electric push buttons on my desk, and by pushing the right button, I can summon to my aid men who can answer any question I desire to ask concerning the business to which I am devoting most of my efforts. Now, will you kindly tell me why I should clutter up my mind with general knowledge for the purpose of being able to answer questions when I have men around me who can supply any knowledge I require? I love that. I think I love that in any business. I mean, it's all about, as entrepreneurs, right? No matter what we do, it's all about surrounding us with people who, can answer those questions or can help us, especially when we're new in business, if we're stumbling along the way. It's so beneficial to have those people around us who can kind of, like Corey always talks about, help us out of the manhole or answer the questions. And I just love that. Like, why would I clutter my mind with such answers, right? He knew what was important to him, and he knew what he needed to make room for. And then, you go clutter your mind with that, and you specialize in that, and I'll call upon you.
Yeah, I know it's a reach to compare the two of these, but it reminds me, of what I heard that I think it was Thomas Edison. No, it was Albert Einstein. People would say they thought it was amazing that he didn't know, for example, his home address. And people were like, what do you mean you don't know your home address? He said, well, I know how to get there. And they said, but why don't you, like, you don't know the numbers? You're Albert, like, you're a genius. And he said, yeah, and that's because I don't use up my mind to remember foolish little things that I don't need to know on a daily basis. So same kind of thing. Like, he was like, I can only put so much in here, and I don't need to know the address because I know how to get there. It's almost like these days, and I know some people think it's crazy that we don't know our own phone number, but it's almost like these days, a lot of people don't know their own phone number to give to somebody. But do you need to anymore? It's a totally different world. The other thing I would say, the other thing I'll add, because I looked it up too, is the crank inventor thing. I was curious about that. And it seems like, based on what I was able to decipher in a matter of 2 minutes, when he said the crank inventor, he's actually literally talking literal about who invented the crank. So in other words, he's saying, I guess he's comparing somebody like Thomas Edison, who's created or invented, how many inventions did he have? I don't know the number, but let's say 200. And I'm assuming this now. But then the crank inventor might have only invented the crank. And that was it.
Okay.
That's how I'm reading it now when I just look up, because anywhere I look up crank inventor and even references Napoleon Hill, it just literally says who invented the crank. It's all about the crankshaft. So anyway, yeah. So look at that. I mean, this is what I love about this book. And of course, there's many other books. How to Win Friends, we could do the same thing. But and by the way, that'll be my pick for our book club when I get another chance on a book club within our mastermind. But look at that, Shelley. Like, this is something where I don't think I've read this section before, because again, I think I finally bought closer to the original book. But what's interesting is I just read one paragraph, and we were able to have a 15-minute conversation, maybe 20, about that one paragraph of this book. And to me, that's why this book is timeless. And again, was our perception of what that really meant, because it was reading it at a context. If I read the whole thing, it would probably have a different meaning. But I also feel that's why Mr. Proctor went through that book over and over again. And like I said, I don't even know if Shelley has seen it yet. Well, you would have seen it in the video, the inside of the book. And it was like the pages were falling out, like they were dog-eared, they were highlighted, all that kind of stuff. But you now understand, like, not now, but you understand when you read this book how that's possible. Because I believe what he did was he opened it, and he went to a certain part. And because let's say he read it 20 years ago, he maybe was reading it now 20 years later, and it means something different to him now. And he's understanding it differently. But also he's probably reading it as its own section, own piece, rather than reading the whole thing and deciding, what does it mean to me today? Or what do I want to share with my clients today about this one thing? And so I really believe there's not many books you can do that. And I always go back to the same ones. And these are maybe recommendations for people that wonder what books we recommend. But I always go back to the timeless ones, like How to Win Friends and Think and Grow Rich. And I think How to Stop Worrying and Start Living is a lesser known classic from Dale Carnegie. It sold 10+ million copies. So, it's a lesser known, but at the same time, it's no slouch in its own right. But then we go to the books like Four Agreements, which you and I reference all the time. You go to books like The Alchemist, The Celestine Prophecy. And I could go on and on. The one I just reread after a lot of years was The Greatest Salesman in the World. And I put that in that same category. Now, these are for me. These are my ones. The Richest Man in Babylon is another one. But the reason I love those books is they're like the desert island book. They're like, what could you bring to a desert island and open every page and potentially find something new from it? And again, I don't think you can say that about every book written. So, that's my kind of must-read list when I talk about these books that you get something new from every day. Shelley, maybe I'll pass it over to you and get you to share some of your favorite books. I see our guest is backstage now, so we'll bring it on in a couple of minutes. But do you have a couple of books or a few books or a multitude of books, Shelley, that you'd like to recommend?
Excuse me. Well, Think and Grow Rich. I mean, we've done it a few times within our mastermind group. And I mean, Four Agreements is I don't know. It's just, for me, that's my number one. Because it's just such an easy read. I mean, I think on YouTube now you can even listen to each chapter. Somebody has like read it, and it's just because it's so easy to apply in our everyday life. And it's just, and I guess I just wanted to also, before our guest comes in, is we were talking about cluttering the mind and what we fill it with. And, over the last few days, we've been talking so much about, the positive thinking and how our thoughts are related to our feelings and everything else. And so I think that is just so, it's so important. We always talk about what we're feeding our body, but also what we're feeding our mind. And that's also like not just what we're reading, but it's what we're telling ourselves, right? Like I like to call it that judge in my brain, in my mind. Corey knows this. I like to also call the judge, that shitty roommate that you just can't kick out and still hangs around and, is, leaving garbage everywhere and telling you things that you just don't want to hear. And but the more affirmations, the more times we, look at that judge and say, no, it's not that. It's not. I'm not unworthy. I'm worthy. And I just think it's so important. What we're surrounding ourselves with, what we're reading, what we're telling ourselves, and how important that really is. And how, like Diana was our last guest.
Yes, yesterday.
Yeah. And I mean, when we talk about creativity, when we got off the call with her, I was like, wow, that is a creative being. Like that girl just like, her everything she's doing between writing and drawing and designing and creating tarot cards and like that is an inventor in her own right. Just a creative soul. And sometimes too, when we deal with traumas or deal with negative events, like the more that we can deal with it and move on from it, then we're making room, right? We're making room to explore something else. And I just think that's so important. So.
No, I love that. Well, and so Shelley's big recommendation is the 4 Agreements, clearly. And I will say that, excuse me, the 4 Agreements is, it goes back to what we talked about the other day about life skills should be in school. I feel the 4 Agreements is definitely like one of those life skills things that, and I say this for a reason, but Shelley's very open about this, but she spent time in a treatment center that I know from visiting her there that they really built the 4 Agreements into the ranch and the facility, so that like it was in, I mean, she could tell more detail on it, but like when they went into, there was like a smoke area, and right above the smoke area, they listed the 4 Agreements, and they built this whole treatment center around applying the 4 Agreements to your life. And, they felt it was strong enough to help addicts through, one of the toughest thing ever. And I mean, I think it just backs the fact that the 4 Agreements is a life skills book. And I will comment to answer Jeffrey's question. Jeffrey Saunders said, I wonder if that's an Audible, the 4 Agreements. And yes, 100% it's on Audible. I just looked it up for you, Jeffrey, to confirm, but I would have probably fallen off my seat if the 4 Agreements wasn't on Audible.
Like I said, it's on YouTube too, because I've listened to it for free on YouTube, each chapter. So yeah, like you can even listen to it on there unless you have a membership with somebody.
Well, and I'm going to bring our next guest on right away, but I'll add one last thing, because this is something I get asked a lot, is people say to me, and we're talking with book recommendations, people say to me all the time, what books do you recommend I read? Like especially pre-COVID, when I was out speaking hundreds of days, some years on the road, people would come up after, and the first thing, because I mentioned books, I'm a huge book lover, obviously. I didn't read my first book until age 27, and I feel like I'm making sure I get the rest I'm getting caught up in the year since. And people come up and say, what books do you recommend? And they say, well, I don't know. Like, and I'll say, ask your friends what they're reading. Ask people you admire what they're reading. And so that, my first recommendation, Zig Ziglar, I interviewed him before his passing, and he said at that point in his life, he was only reading things that were either true or things that were going to positively impact his life. That was where he was at. But then I interviewed another lady. Her name was Susan Mannion McDonald. And I won't go into all her backstory, but I'll say in a short version is she was diagnosed with 4-stage cancer, given 2 months to live. She figured out how to turn her body alkaline, lived 12 more years. So she got, and again, she didn't die of cancer. It was a totally different thing that happened. But Susan, when I talked to her about what do you choose to read when you only have 2 months to live? Like she said, she basically dived into reading all the stuff she could to learn about alkalinity. And she basically said, I went to the people I trusted and admired the most and asked what they were reading. And anything, book or whatever, that came up 3 times, that was the one she went to next. So in other words, she went by who recommends it the most. But I'm going to go one step further. For those of you that say, I don't have that person I admire, I'm in this alone, like maybe you're saying my family doesn't agree with what I do, and you just don't have those supporters. And you're saying, I'm not, like a friend of mine used to say, it's hard to become an eagle when you're hanging around with a bunch of turkeys. And I love the visual, because he's just saying it's hard to become one thing if you're hanging around with maybe people that are another thing. And so you might not have the person that gives you the books to read or recommend. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Go to the top bestsellers lists, the best, whatever bestsellers list you find, and then look at the books that are on that, and then look at the publication date. If a book like Think and Grow Rich, written in 1937, is still hitting the bestsellers lists, chances are a few people say it's a book you should trust. And the reason I bring all that up is because, to comment on Jeffrey's side about the Audible thing with the 4 agreements, I just saw this the other day because our book, we just put our book 6, so of course we've been watching the charts, and I just saw the other day the 4 agreements listed bestseller. And when you look under the categories, the 4 agreements still in the top 5 in at least 3 categories right now. When was that book written? You know, if that book is still on the charts at that level, and it's still, by the way, like I forget what the number is, like the top 1,500 of all books on Amazon out of like 25 or 30 million books. If that book is still doing that after 20 years or whatever it is that it was released, it's probably a safe bet that that's a book that can change your life. So if you don't have the people, go to find out what books are still going on the charts after all these years, or what book like Think and Grow Rich has sold almost 200 million copies. You know, if a book is sold at that level, it's probably a safe bet that at least there's something to that book that's worth reading it. So I'm just going to put that out there about how to choose your books to read. Now, having said all that, let's bring our guest on. So Sandra Griff, so excited to have you here today. Sandra, I know you're backstage, so you probably heard a bit about our conversation. But Sandra, maybe we'll dive in. We usually like to get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves as a starting point, rather than me reading a bio or something like that I might mess up the words. So we usually like to get our guests just to tell us a little bit. And then we'll dive in deeper, but maybe we'll do that. And then, but if you have any comments on your favorite book or anything along the lines of what we're just talking about, right after we get an introduction, feel free to dive into that as well, or we can dive down that rabbit hole. But in the interim, for those that are just meeting you and discovering you for today, Sandra, what would you tell them about yourselves, and how would you describe yourself?
Ooh, how would I describe myself? As unique. I am unique. The things that I do are melded together in such a way that you wouldn't think they all belong together. And that's what I love about what I do. I help people revive their emotional and mental health and liberate their overwhelm, guilt, shame, and regret, releasing pain and fear to gain clarity, calmness, and emotional freedom. Now, that's a lot of words to say simply. I help people clear their energy clutter, mind, body, soul, and home. And I do that in so many different ways. So a little bit about me. This is never where I thought I would be. I came from a small town in northern BC, and I lived a very quiet life. All I ever wanted to do was be a mother and a wife, and I achieved that by 23. Where do you go from there? Away from there, actually. You move forward into things that actually can expand you. I found the expansion of mind, and I ran with it when I got divorced. And usually it's a catalyst that makes people move forward. And from there, I just discovered the world of energy, which I had no idea existed. And I've been running with it ever since.
So now when you talk about divorce and the catalyst, like, were your kids older? Like, were you in the marriage for a lot of years and then you kind of, that happened? Or you talked about that you were 23. So was that later? Like how?
So marriage ended after 27 years. So wow. I was there for a long time. Yeah. My daughter was an adult. She was 22, and which was a blessing for sure. I can't even imagine the struggle people go through with small children and divorce. And I got divorced because I didn't know who I was. And he didn't know who he was. He had suffered an accident, a head injury early on in our relationship. And it changed who he was, and it changed who I was. Mm-hmm. And he decided he didn't want to be with me anymore. And I said, fine, go. Like, if you don't want to be here, get out. And he did, which surprised me. And then I was left to find out who I was. Yes. So I did a thing I never thought I would do, which would be I went to a card reader. Okay. I went and had my cards done. And she said, if you don't do something, you're going to get sick. I said, oh my God, if I knew what to do, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Like, tell me what to do. She said, okay, start here. And she happened to work in a place where there were all kinds of modalities. She worked in a group business, I guess you'd call it, where there were mediums and tarot card readers and Reiki masters and angel card readers and yogi masters, and there was everything there. So I literally just started taking classes. I took every class I could get my hands on. And as that progressed, every one of my instructors said, oh my God, you're tough. We just can't get you to open up. When I finally opened up, it was like a new beginning for sure. It was a whole new world I had no idea existed.
What did that look like? Like, what do you mean by open up?
I started to believe.
Okay.
And that's the funny thing about energy is you can't see it until you believe it. But once you believe it, you see it everywhere. The power of the universe, the power of God, whatever you want to call it. Once you believe it, you see it everywhere. But until you believe, it is this foreign concept.
So were you even taking these classes and everything else and you didn't really know if you believed it?
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, I needed something different. I knew I needed to go in a different line that I'd been following. So I chose a path completely foreign to me. Completely. I always wanted to believe, but could never find the proof. I was always looking for proof.
So did something in particular happen that made you believe?
Oh my goodness, all kinds of things happened.
Okay.
There would be a knock on my bedroom door, yet there would be no one there.
Okay.
I got out of the shower one day with no one else in the house, and you know, your window fogs up.
Yeah.
Live, L-I-V-E, was written in the fog in the bathroom window. And that was on a window that was behind a 2-man jacuzzi tub. So it's not even easy to get to. And there was no one in the house.
So maybe you weren't listening. So the universe just really started
hammering me.
Yeah.
I call it throwing bricks.
Pay attention.
Oprah Winfrey said, the universe speaks to you in whispers. And if you don't listen to the whispers, then they start throwing little pebbles. Yeah, the universe was throwing bricks at me. They really needed to hit me hard to pay attention.
So what has that journey been like for you through self-discovery and, you know, leaving motherhood and kind of coming into your own? Like, has it been
terrifying and freeing all at the same time? It is terrifying because you don't know what's around the next corner, but freeing because I've learned to believe that what I need will be provided, maybe not in the way I expect. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons I've learned is that you always get what you ask for. You just always don't get it in the package that you think it should come in.
That's kind of been the common theme, I think, over the last 3 years is those unanswered prayers, or it might not be what you expected, but it might be better or could be a little different, right? You know, sometimes we need to just, if we need a car or a reliable car to get to A to Z, we need to ask for that reliable car as opposed to the little red Corvette, right? And then we're disappointed if it's not the little red Corvette when, you know, maybe there's a Mercedes or a BMW around the corner. So, yeah.
So I kept thinking, I can't keep going like this. Something has to change. I wasn't expecting divorce, but that's what happened.
Wow. Sorry, I'll let you continue there.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's so amazing. We were talking, as Shelley said, the last few days about the Garth Brooks song, Unanswered Prayers, you know, and how, of course, the character in the song is saying, like, I thought I wanted to be with this original lady who I loved, and I thought she was everything, and I thought it was the end of the world. when we didn't make it. But now all these years later, when I'm with the love of my life, and he ran into the girl in the song and realized that they had nothing in common, and it wasn't, he was happy that God didn't answer his prayer being with her.
Right.
So it's just
Absolutely.
it's just kind of interesting, because I think that song really speaks for how we even almost sometimes have to view manifesting, because we think it has to come in this certain package, but maybe the universe realizes we need a different package, and that different package is going to take us to where we really need to be. And so the universe is actually protecting and saving us.
Right? Or the universe will give you what you want. I know I manifested a job. I waited 2.5 years for it, and it turned out to not be the best fit for me. And it took me another 2.5 years to figure that out. And once I realized it and I was out of there, it's like, whew, like, I'm so grateful that I'm not there anymore, even though that's exactly what I wanted. And I mean, exactly working, doing the job I wanted with the person I wanted, owning the company in the company I wanted, in the town I wanted. Everything was exactly as I had asked for it. And it wasn't best for me. So from that experience, I've learned I want this or something better.
Yeah.
Because I have to allow for the universe to bring me something I don't even recognize may exist yet. Mm-hmm. Like Blue Talks.
Awesome. And so now I see on the house, is that say house clearing and professional organization?
Yes.
So do you want to explain that a little bit?
I'm a professional organizer, so I go in and help people clear up their clutter. Mm-hmm. I help people empty their houses if they're moving, downsize for seniors who are moving to different residences, and then I will help clear out their house. Now, the house clearing itself is actually moving energy. Mm-hmm. So I will go in and sage and do a little bit of feng shui and move stuff around and help the energy get moving out of the space. Mm-hmm. Most often people will not feel comfortable in their home. Mm-hmm. And that's why they would call me in, because there's stagnant energy there. And that's why I say I do all these really interesting things you wouldn't think fit together, because even I had kept my professional organizing separate because I didn't think it was energy related when it actually is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a cluttered house is a cluttered mind, right?
Right.
It's just all the energy that goes into that clutter, looking at it, seeing it, and that feeling that you get to see it. And, and that can build up the energy to create illness and everything else, right?
Most people looking for a professional organizer, though, don't necessarily think about energy. They think about stuff, mm-hmm. and not how the stuff creates energy.
Mm-hmm. And so do you work out of your house? With the Reiki, like I know that your bottom two there, the house clearing and the organization would kind of be outside. So the Reiki and stuff, do you work out of your home?
I do work out of my home. I have a healing room in my home, so okay. I can accommodate people if they're in the area. Mm-hmm. I also do most of what I do online.
Yep.
Right.
So where are you? I see the 780. Are you in Edmonton?
I am.
Okay.
I am. And I'm trying to move as much as possible online, and simply because I'd like to live a life of being anywhere I want. Mm-hmm. My kid lives in New York currently, wow. So I would love to spend more time there and be able to still work while I'm there.
We're going to be there next month.
Oh, I know. I saw. That's so exciting.
Did you recommend a hotel?
No, I don't usually stay at hotels.
No, did she recommend a hotel?
Well, she probably doesn't stay at hotels either.
She doesn't probably. That's our to-do list for after the event is get the hotel booked. Flights are booked, so yeah.
I did stay at I'll find out what the name of the hotel I stayed at one time. I spent one night in a hotel down mm-hmm. in the financial district. It was very eclectic and modern, and it had lots of very bright lights in it.
Yeah.
So it was a very cool hotel, but the room was about the size of an average kitchen.
You're not going to spend a lot of time in it anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was very compact, but lovely.
Yeah. So Corey, of course, you know, if anyone doesn't know, usually books a lot of our speakers and everything. So will you be joining us in Edmonton on the stage?
Not yet. But I
Okay.
am going to be in the next Blue Talks, Volume 7, I believe.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Perfect. With Randy Spelling is writing the forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm assuming. I'm assuming you know that, Sandra. She's just saying it as plain as day. But yeah, we have Randy Spelling is writing the forward this time around, and and Randy's was in 90210 and Malibu Shores and a bunch of other shows, and he's now a life coach. And we also have Demo Casanova writing book number. For those other people that want to know a little bit more, for book number 8, we have Demo Casanova writing the forward, and he's a Grammy-winning producer and has worked with almost everybody when it comes to music. And then he moved on to a totally different life now as a speaker and a coach. So yeah, really exciting stuff happening. So that's pretty cool. I'm super excited. Randy's forwards, and I haven't even had a chance to read it yet, but I know it'll be awesome.
Oh, I'm sure it will be.
Awesome. And so, Sandra, I'd love to get your take. We were talking about books earlier. Are you a book reader? And if so, do you have a favorite book that you recommend to people, or a favorite book comes to mind?
Oh, The Four Agreements was absolutely amazing. And I've gone back to it over and over and over again. In fact, I was doing a Facebook Live every week, and I even reviewed that book on my Facebook Live and said, yeah, read this book. It's awesome. So I definitely like The Four Agreements. And I'm not so much into titles. It's like songs. I know all the words to the songs. I don't necessarily know who sings them. But so I don't know the titles of the books, but one of my favorite authors is Wayne Dyer. He was so inspirational for me, and he was the catalyst for so many of the things I originally started with energy.
Yeah, I think I would say Wayne Dyer is probably that way for a lot of people. I think it's safe to say he impacted a lot of lives, and I think he he left a really big trail of just magic that he created in so many people's lives. And one of the things I love about Wayne Dyer, even outside of his writing, is the stories of how many people that he went out of his way to help, that people didn't know he went out of his way to help. Meaning, like, he didn't do it to say, hey, look what I did. For example, one of the people who's shared that many times is Anita, what is it, Anita Morjane? I think it is.
Yes, I think that's her last name, yeah.
And she wrote the book, what is it? I'm Dying. What is it? I can't remember the name of it. But basically, she died for a short amount of time. And so she kind of went to the other side and came back and had this story about it. And he had heard her story somewhere, like I think it was like just like a local small radio station or something. And it took him 6 months to track her down. And he had people trying to figure out how to reach her because he felt her story needed to reach a wide audience. And ultimately he connected her with Louise Hay. And, the rest is sort of history. But we know somebody that's even a little closer to home for us, a friend of ours and a friend of Blue Talks, Dave Carroll, who wrote the song United Breaks Guitars, and United Airlines broke his guitar. It became a huge story. And song. And I mean, I'll make a long story short, is that Dave reached out to one of Wayne's daughters to say that he loved one of Wayne's books, and he wrote a song about it. And they showed Wayne the song that his daughter did. But she said, but Dad also asked or heard that I told him you were the United Breaks Guitars guys. And he said, well, what's that? And then he showed her the story, and he loved the story. And he said, well, we need to get that out to the world. And so he introduced him as well, or actually reached out to Reed Tracy, Hay House, and Louise Hay, and said, you need to sign this guy. And the next thing you know, Dave has a book deal with Hay House. And he didn't go to anybody and say, oh, I just introduced this guy to the world. So, I think Wayne Dyer, his writing impacted so many lives, but I think also him as a human impacted so many lives. So I just want to give Wayne Dyer a shout out. I'm sure he's watching and listening right now.
Right. I so appreciate his work and the struggles he went through. And one of my favorite books of his is No More Excuses.
Yeah. I love that book too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, it's funny. I have these, you have these moments in your life that for some specific reason, end up being these magical moments in your life. And one of the ones, and Shelly's heard me share it a few times, but one of the ones for me is I was working on a project, still working on, but I got a chance to interview Wayne's daughter, Serena. And I interviewed her at her house. And so she lives very close to Miami. Excuse me. And what was really amazing to me, and like if you're big on like the energy of something, like Bob Proctor holding that book, the energy of that book, well, I found out when I was doing the interview that the chair I was sitting in is one of the chairs that Wayne sat in during conversations with Serena. And to me, like, that's one of those moments that I'll treasure forever. And it's because, you know, this is after Wayne had passed. And so I feel, of course, they'd be looking over and looking down at his daughter and seeing her be interviewed talking about her father's work. And so anyway, so that's kind of one of those moments that I'll never forget. And I will say that one of the things I thought was really cool that a lot of people wouldn't know is his daughter shared with me that most of his daughters hadn't read any of his books while he was alive. And I thought that was so just mind-blowing. And when I asked her about it, she said, well, why would you read, I can't remember her wording of it, but why would you read the material when you have the source right in front of you giving you the insight? But what was really amazing is then she said, but after Dad passed, I started reading his words to get closer to him. And then I realized this other man that everybody else knew through his writing. And I just thought that was so powerful. So that was like maybe a Wayne Dyer tangent for about 5 minutes. But yeah, just when you mentioned Wayne Dyer, I just had to share those things. So, Sandra, I guess the other thing I'm curious about is, and I know we kind of talked about it, but I always like to get to the root of it. But what would you say is the biggest catalyst and driving force for why you do what you do now?
The biggest catalyst for why I do what I do is because I see all the suffering in the world. I see all the fear and all the pain that people are hanging on to that they don't have to carry. And as someone who carried that kind of fear and pain, it pains me to see that. So I help people release that if they're ready to, because it's just not necessary to carry it. And so many people don't realize. My mom was 65-ish while I was having my transition. And she said to me, like, she said, I don't understand why you're so happy. Like, how did you do that? And I said, I just decided to be happy. And she said, what do you mean? You just made a choice? And I said, yeah, I'm choosing every day to be happy. And she said, I can just choose to be happy? Now, she was 65 and didn't recognize that she could choose happiness. And that small thing changed her life.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I sometimes feel, I'm sure men run into this, but I almost feel like more women, they don't know they have permission to make a choice to choose happiness.
To choose anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's changing, but especially the older generation, like maybe your mom and, even with my mom, like that's something, I've said on here before, like my mom suffered with mental illness and, I lost my mom to suicide and that was one thing I kept telling her over and over and over again, like, do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Do you want to choose this? Do you want to choose that? But I just don't, I think she was like jumbled up in not knowing what to choose and even realizing that she could choose. And, just like your mom, right?
It's tough when people don't recognize that, one, they have a choice, and two, that they've created the life they have. Mm-hmm. That was a tough one for me, recognizing that I had created all of this unhappiness. Mm-hmm. And I was the one who could uncreate it or create something new.
And it's scary. It's scary to anyone who goes through that, right? I mean, you know, we've talked on here about that comfortable bubble, right? That we've created. You know, but yet even in that comfortable bubble we've created, you know, we can continue to live in that. And I have myself, and I'm sure like Corey has himself, you know, been in that bubble, but it's so freeing. You know, it's scary. It definitely is scary. Change is always scary, but you know, when you release that bubble of fear, and it's so liberating.
It is. And most people's struggles come from trying to make things not change.
Mm-hmm.
When change is the only thing we are actually guaranteed in life. Nothing stays the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so true. It's you know, for me, I honestly now, and it's taken a long time to get there, but I share this because I think it's important for people to know it gets easier. But for me, I've honestly welcomed change to the point where, like, actually now I can't not change. Like, I love it so much that I thrive on it, and just basically change gets me excited, and it almost like I would be bored if nothing ever changed. But it's amazing how I dreaded it years ago. Like, it's amazing how much that has changed. And again, I think it's just one of those things. The more you do it, the better you get at it.
Absolutely. Like public speaking. I used to be the person who, if someone said, I want to talk to you, I would literally be diving behind pillars and hiding behind people. And I didn't want to be in the forefront. And then I decided that if I'm going to do this business, I kind of need to be. So I had to step out of that fear and push forward. Mm-hmm. And now I'm speaking on stages. I'm on your podcast. I've spoken at all kinds of events. I just did a mini training with Caregivers Alberta at their conference. Like, who would have thunk it?
Good job. Good job. Yeah. And the one thing too that we have been reiterating over and over again too is it's never too late, right?
Never too late.
Never too late, right? Like, you know, instead of being the, you know, what are you, living dead, you know, like instead of being that, you know, wake up and, you know, become that person that you've always dreamt of. And it is never too late. It doesn't matter your age. You could be like your mom and 65 and go, hey, I want to be happy. I want to, you know, I've always wanted to take a photography class. Go do it.
Well, wasn't Louise Hay in her 60s or 70s when she started her publishing company?
Yeah.
She is living proof. Well, not living anymore, but she was living proof that you're never too old.
Well, we, you know, KFC, you know, like Corey could name off a whole bunch of them that were in, you know, late 40s, 50s, or 60s, right? So it's funny that you say Louise Hay, because you guys were kind of talking about Wayne Dyer. And to me, I've always like Louise Hay and Wayne Dyer's kind of like when I started this evolution into spirituality or energy work and stuff, like they were kind of my intro. And, you know, James Redfield with Celestine Prophecy. And I don't know why, but Louise Hay and Wayne Dyer, I've always kind of thought as my grandparents, you know, it's like my grandmother and my grandfather, like they've just been that, you know, and I know there was lots of spiritual leaders before them. But to me, it's just like they're the pillar of that, you know, like, they'll just, I don't know. I just see her as just a cute little grandmother and him just as, you know, just, I don't know.
And that is one of the wonderful things about the world that we currently live in, as frightening as it can be, because we have so much information at our fingertips and so much of it is bad, which is what's causing all the fear and angst and shame and guilt and all the things that are going on in the world.
And the divide.
Mm-hmm. But the same is true for all of the wonderful things. We have access to things that we have not always had access to. And we get to choose who we follow or who we want to emulate. And it's not just the people that are being presented on newscasts anymore. we actually have a choice. We have lots of choices now. And people don't recognize how many choices they actually make, which is what I'm really trying to get out there, is that we all make choices. Just recognize the choices you're making.
Yeah, well, and I mean, even the choices and the questions, you know, in Toronto, Darlene Butts, one of hers was like, are you asking the right questions? And, you know, even that, right? Like, instead of why, you know, like Corey's book, why not? You know?
Yeah, it's well, what Shelley's referring to is, I said yesterday how I built, and I should add too, our next guest is backstage, so we'll take her on in a minute. I know she can hear me, but I'll add, yeah. So what Shelley's talking about is, in my book, the Book of Why, I talk about the 4 whys that you should ask yourself as you're deciding to go down your journey and path. And it was actually from a Jim Rohn talk, and also Narnia. For some reason, it was both of them talked about this. So I don't know if it's bigger than both of them. It was before both of them, but I heard it through a Jim Rohn talk originally. And he just asked these 4 questions, like, why? So it could be, why are you going to do this? Why not? You know, why not do this? Why not you? So why couldn't it be you that does it? And why not now? Why can't it be done now? And so, like Shelley said, asking that question, why not? Why can't it be done? Why can't it be you? And so, yeah, I'm a big believer in that if you sit with those questions, you'll ultimately realize, this is what I think the takeaway is it has to be you. It can only be you that does it. Like, it could only be Louise Hay that started Hay House. Somebody else could start another house, another publishing company or whatever, but it could only be Louise Hay that started Hay House, and it became what it was. And because she was the only Louise Hay. And so that to me is the takeaway. When you go through that thing, you realize it has to be you. Why wouldn't you do it? It makes sense to do it. But then the biggest one is, now is the right time. Today is always better than tomorrow. You know, how often do we hear people? So we had somebody on the other day, and we've had a lot of guests, so I don't want to try to remember in a couple of seconds who it was, but we had one of the guests that said how, and I think it might have been Deanna, but said that how when you talk to thought leaders, the most often thing you hear them say is, when you ask them, what's not regret, but like, what do you wish you would have done differently? I wish I would have started sooner, is the most common answer. Yep. So why not now means starting sooner to me.
Right? Why not now? And the other thing I'd really like to stress is, you never know where something is going to come from. Absolutely. So you should be paying attention to everything. I had a friend who we were all in this big group, and someone was saying, you know, I'm just so angry, and I'm so frustrated, and I'm so this, and I'm so that. And he said, you know what? I never do that. He said, I really just live every single moment, and I don't have that. And she's going like, I don't understand how you do that. And he said, well, I just take every moment right here, right now. And that really tweaked something in me. It's like, live in the present, not in the past. Past is over. What can you do about it? What can you do about it? Change how you live now. Really.
That's why our windshield in our car is like this big, and our rear view mirror is only this big.
Right? Yeah. Right? There's so many analogies like that.
There is. Yeah.
So many. Yeah. I love bumper sticker things.
If you have 1 foot in tomorrow and 1 foot in the past, then you're pissing on today.
No, you know what, where Shelley got that, because she knows I'm all about giving credit when it comes to quotes and stuff like that. And where that came from was Michael J. Fox. He was on a show and he said that, and so I love it. But it is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, and that's the thing. So many of those little bumper sticker sayings are true. They are true.
Well, I'm in AA, and we're all about slogans.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing. So, Sandra, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. And so the very last quick question we'll ask you is, but maybe the most important is, how do we learn more? You know, so if people want to connect with you, they want to reach out to you, they want to search you, whatever that looks like, where would you send them?
My website, www.everchanginglife.ca.
Amazing. I love it. And also at the same time, I was going to mention too, Sandra, that feel free to watch the comments for questions or anything like that on the Facebook links or on the links for this video. Also, I'll put that stuff in the comments later as well. So that way people can find you too. So Sandra, this has been an absolute pleasure. I thank you so much for being with us. With your permission, I'll call it a to be continued. And then I'll also add until next time.
Absolutely.
In the audience.
Well, that's certainly going to be my goal.
Event for sure. I hope to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks so much, Sandra.
We're
going to let you run, and we're going to bring our next guest right on just to keep ourselves on time. So, Sangeeta, so excited to have you here today. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Very excited to be here.
Yeah, we're excited to have you. And I guess where I'd like to jump in first and foremost is, what we usually do is we like to get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves. So can you perhaps tell us a little bit about yourself for those that may be discovering you for the first time? And then, of course, we'll dive in a bit deeper as well.
Sure. My name is Sangeeta Bhatnagar, and I am in everything human capital. So from acquiring great talent to retaining and developing them. And I do that, I utilize a lot of human behavioral principles and things around building emotionally intelligent and adaptable teams. So I love the end-to-end process.
I love that. And so, you have, so I'm going to jump right in. This is really great way jumping in.
Let's do it.
But you, of course, we're running a yearly event around customer experiences and customer service. And of course,
that's where I met you.
Yeah. And so we've had a thing called COVID the last couple of years that it has impacted live events. And so I'm just wondering, are you, what's happened since that? Like, have you guys kept running? Is it virtual now? How's it all work?
We've been doing virtual. So that's with GTAC. So my practice is SB Global, but with GTAC, the contact center group, we've been doing virtual 2020, 21, and we will do it this year as well. And that's been fine. We've always had over 400 attendees. Wow. We still did 100% give back to our chosen charities. This year, we're actually supporting, again, Daily Bread Food Bank and Plan Canada for the children in Ukraine. So, all focused on the human experience.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's a whole team. That's a big team of givers doing that and putting it together.
That's so amazing. And I love that you're giving back. And you don't usually, it's funny, you don't usually hear that as often with a business type event.
Yeah. So GTAC is not my practice. GTAC is like a whole group of givers and, just a ground floor type of thing that just evolved since 2010, our conferences. But you were a keynote there. You saw the energy we have. Right? It is really heart-centered leaders from the customer experience space.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's awesome. And I mean, I've gotten to know people from that network since, and you have such a great network of people. Both the volunteers that help with the event, but also the people I've met that have spoken at the event, and you've had so many great speakers. So for you, I mean, I guess maybe we'll go there because, we haven't talked a lot about events since we started this. But what do events mean to you? Like, what is that event like? Would you call that one of your biggest things, like your pride and joys of business, or?
That's a big one. And we, like GTAC, so not my practice, but GTAC, we have a women in leadership event. And we, since 7 or 8 years, I think we've given back way over 150,000 because we have a great sponsor. So Air Miles is our sponsor. So 100% of tickets has always gone to charity, which is amazing. Always women and children related organizations, because they're the ones, if it's, for women, supporting women. So yeah, when you're blessed to be in this kind of industry where we think of the human experience, then everything we do, then our conferences or whatever, it serves as a conduit to do good. because we talk about customer experience, employee experience, but the true focus is the human experience.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Sangeeta, I guess maybe let's talk about customer service for a few minutes.
Sure.
Why is customer service important in general, but why is it so important to you as well?
Well, customer service is, if you think about it, we all service customers, whether it be on the phone or face to face, or like if you are a trainer, if you're a speaker, when you do keynotes, you're servicing the audience, right? And if you're in any kind of, even in a medical field, so basically you're solving the problem for someone else. You are being of service to them, which is very much in line with the path that I think everyone should try to walk through life, is to be of service, and regardless of your exact role. So the role, that I recruit for are customer service leaders and all that kind of thing. But we all serve. You're serving right now. You serve the whole Blue Talks community, right? You're serving. So I think we're all in customer service. Like I told you before, like when I send an email, you're like responding like so quickly, you're getting things done. I'm like, oh my God, like you do have that go the extra mile attitude, what you speak about as well. So you're servicing. And when we all wear that hat, we do walk through life as better people. Because the focus is not on us, it is on others. And when you can lose yourself in the service of others in a good way.
Well, and I talked about this. I think it was it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I talked about the other side is the irony of customer service is even if you want it to be selfish, it still makes sense to deliver good customer service because it makes your life easier. Customers are happier. Your employers are happier. You have less people getting mad at you at work.
You're happier.
And you're happier.
When you have a great customer experience and when you're the one delivering it, that joy that comes to you and you made someone happy, regardless of the channel, regardless of the environment, you feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
My one mentor many years ago told me it's a good selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely it is. Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. Like it's like I just blows my mind that when people will like go out of their way to be rude to people, or like, and you're working somewhere and somebody will say, hey, can you tell me where such and such is? And I've heard this, I'd love to say it's not, it doesn't happen every day, but it's happening someday everywhere, at least once every day. But people will say, well, it's not my job.
Yeah.
And like, I just don't get that. Like how, and like, for example, it could be something where it's literally like the next aisle right next. They could just say, oh, let me walk you to it. Takes 2 seconds, but then you're the company you work for notices that. So you better chance of getting a promotion. The customer notices that. So they say, oh, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Yeah, you feel good. You're walking around like I made somebody happy. And then that influences what I am passionate about is that mindset topic. Because those people with that mindset to serve, those that have a lens that they view the world through that lens of, let's be good to people, they're the best at this kind of role. Mm-hmm. Because they're not me, myself, and I thinking. Mm-hmm. They're about thinking of others.
It's crazy that this is like we're talking about this. I just wanted to share a really quick story, but I go to a coffee place and there's a girl there and she was so friendly and always like smiling and asking me how I am and everything. And she's been gone for about a year and I miss her. I miss seeing her and like, I don't know really anything about her. And I ran into her just this week on Tuesday. And I went to another place because I took a different route and I ended up going inside and there she was. And I just lit up and so did she. And I was like, oh, I didn't know you were here. And she's like, yeah, I've been here, for the last year. And I was like, oh, I come here, but I usually go through the drive-through. Anyway, she just made me so happy.
Yeah.
And I know I'm friends with her on Facebook, and I ended up sending her a message, and I'm like, I just want you to know that, it was so great to see you, and I missed you at the other place. And I just want you to know that your energy and aura like just emanates wherever you work. And I want you to know that people see that. And anyway, she messaged back and she was like, thank you for sharing that with me. She's like, I've been thinking about it all day, and it just made me feel so good that somebody acknowledged that I'm being friendly. And I was like, yeah, I'm like, it's awesome. It's like holding the door for somebody.
And you probably made her feel like $1 million.
I think I did.
How many people take that time and put the effort?
Yeah. Yeah. And but that's a thing too, right? Like, it's so easy to reciprocate that, right? Like, just, and it only takes a second.
And that's another way of paying it forward, because our words shape our environment and the environment for others.
Mm-hmm.
So just through the kindness of your action and words, you help shape her mental environment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what it makes me think of is I used to have, and remind me, I want to ask about books in a second, Sangeeta, since this has been a theme today. But it reminds me, I used to have a business cards that I did up, and they on the cards, all it said was, thank you for serving with excellence today. You are making a difference. And the cards, the idea with it is the cards had nothing to do with, like, they didn't have my name on it, my contact info, nothing. It was just, I want to give out that card whenever somebody went above and beyond. But I have to tell you, my mother loved them. Like, she asked me for stacks of them. But I was very, it had to be really good service. Like, it had to be a good experience. But I would give them out. And my mother, I brought her up because she would tell you, she was at restaurants with me at least twice where an employee, a waitress, broke down crying from the card. And one of them, I remember one person said that it was a situation where we took somebody else out for lunch, and whenever we went out for lunch, they asked me to go out for lunch, and they said, "Don't worry, I'll get it." And then I was like, "Okay, whatever, doesn't matter to me either way." And then I left, and they left, and I realized, oh, I didn't leave a tip. I don't know if they did, and I felt bad, but I had given the person the card, so I went back and to give them a tip, and they said, "Oh my God, you gave me the biggest tip you could ever give me with that card. You didn't have to come back for more." And what I'm getting at is that there's a couple of things that you could take away from that. One of the biggest ones is that tells me that their manager or the owner isn't doing that.
Yeah.
The manager or owner isn't saying you're doing a great job, because if they were, me doing that small gesture wouldn't be so significant to them, I don't think.
They're just starved for that recognition.
But it also tells you that even though money is a factor and we all have to live and all that kind of stuff, at the end of the day, I've said this many times, very few people quit a job only over money. Yeah. They always say it was over money. Oh, I get a better offer than that. But there was something that drove that. And I've seen people that have done everything they could to stay at a company where they were getting paid less, to try to figure, okay, can you let me work less hours? Like, they were saying, I'm willing to stay here and try to figure out a way to work for you, because I know you can't pay me more, versus going somewhere else where I'll get more because I love working here. And so I really do believe very few people quit over money solely.
No, it's true. I see it everywhere. And, right now, especially, people will stay. We all have something on our forehead. And I say this everywhere. And it's stamped right here. And it says, make me feel important. Mm-hmm. Make me feel that I matter. We all have that. So people will go and stay or gravitate towards those that make them feel that they matter. We're all starved for it.
I remember Oprah saying it doesn't matter who she's interviewed, how much money they've had, what their celebrity status is. She's like, and it just does not matter. As a human race, having a human experience, like you said, everybody just wants to be seen and they want to be heard. That's, at the bottom line. I just have a quick question here too. As far as, when you talk about recognition and money and things of that nature, do you think it's important for leaders, though, to try and figure out what an individual, what makes them kind of tick? Because to one person, it could be a raise or it could be a bonus. But to another person, it could be just that pat in the back saying, good job.
Yeah, and depending on their personality style. So I do a lot with the temperaments, like disc temperaments. So some people don't want the big red shiny star or the balloons. They want the quiet whisper, that great job. Or they want more tasks, like more responsibility. And then others want the big red shiny star and the money. Like they want the whole works. So yeah, you can totally customize. The more you know the motivating factors for individuals, then the more care you put in how you recognize them.
So, kind of like a lot, like the, you know, we've all heard about the love languages.
Love language,
It's kind of like a work language.
Yeah.
What's the person's work language?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like some people, I started off as an agent on at a telco, and my boss knew that recognition I needed was harder work. More work, harder work, more responsibility, and that fired me up. And I did that for the same pay that I did at the agent level, but I was so motivated. But he got that. And other people, they wanted whatever, like a little note, a certificate, or whatever. But yeah, it's a love language at work. You know, like some people want the quality time. Well, they want to get quality work or words of affirmation. And some people, you can't say, oh, you rock, and a general, you rock. That would be insulting to them if that's not their temperament, right?
You work with Enneagram numbers, or have you heard of Enneagram numbers?
No.
Okay.
What is
I mean, it would, just so you know, because I know you'd be familiar with Myers-Briggs and personality types. It's comparable to that.
Okay.
So it is something that is very comparable. It's just I feel like it's a deeper dive into personality types in a lot of ways, but it is similar to that, and it's just another way to kind of say, this is my personality type based on a number, and so this is how somebody should present to me. This is how somebody should talk to me. This and all that kind of stuff. But it's very powerful.
And I do actually a lot. And so I do a lot around personality, but then we need to understand personality isn't permanent, because we can always adapt and change and grow. So I actually do a lot with adaptability assessments. And so it's AQ, your adaptability quotient. And that's where you can see that mindsets can consistently change. So even if someone's very fixed, they can choose to grow it like a muscle. So certain temperament, they can't just say, well, I'm just a dominant person and that's just the way I am. Well, no, that's how you're wired, but you can choose to be more flexible. Or, you know, I need to be the loudest talker in the room. Well, no, that's how you might be naturally wired, but you can adapt and grow and make yourself to serve others. You know, it's like rooms in a house. You might live in two main rooms, right? So the kitchen, the open concept family room, and you might like stay there, but you do visit the other rooms. You pop in, you pop out. So you pull the traits of the different personality blends, but you're always adapting.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's a choice. That's totally a choice.
You would be interested in the Enneagram then?
Yeah, I'll look that.
Right, like we have a forefront, and then there's kind of like behind the scenes.
Oh.
The only reason why I asked about it is kind of it's like if there's 9 of them, and then it's like your head, your heart, or your gut,
right?
You in there, and it also like there's a helper, and you know there's the risk taker, things of that nature. But when I went to treatment, it was kind of crazy because we had to actually do this test before they assigned us with a counselor, and depending on what number we were, they could usually tell what our drug of choice was.
Oh.
Like if we were in a certain category, then it would generally be alcohol, and then the risk takers were more your harder drugs and things of that nature. But it's just, and same thing, right? You can be a healthy or you can be an unhealthy. You could be an unhealthy helper, right? Someone who gives too much. and empties out their tank, or you can be a healthy helper, right? So it's James Redfield, actually, who wrote the Celestine Prophecy, who Corey's done work with. His next book is gonna incorporate a little bit of this.
Oh,
yeah. But
don't reveal too much more than that.
okay.
Because I don't know how much of that's out there. So
Sorry.
No, it's all good. So Sangeeta, we're right down to the wire now. So I wanted to ask you, maybe most importantly, how people can connect with you if they want to learn more about the event that you do, they want to learn more about the work that you do. I know you've co-authored multiple books, including our Blue Talks books. So just where would you send people if they want sort of a hub to connect with you?
Yeah, so they can, I'm always on LinkedIn, so they can reach out to me on LinkedIn with my name. And my website is sbglobal.ca. So like samboyglobal.ca. And then just, connect, shoot me over an email. But LinkedIn is totally perfect.
Amazing.
Just with my name, yeah.
Very, very awesome. Well, Sangeeta, this has been an absolute pleasure. With your permission, I say this often because I love our guests. I love the Blue Talks community. But with your permission, I'll call this a to be continued.
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll look to bring you back on in the near future. And I know we've talked about it, but you're going to be at some point, and we have an event coming up in Toronto that I told you about.
In November, right?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So as long as it's after November 3rd, because that's my event.
I can tell you officially, it's the 8th, 9th, and 10th. So it's 3 days, but we can work that through later. But you'll be speaking at our Blue Talks event. So I just want to put that out there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. I love what you've put together. So thank you. Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Shelley. Thank you
so much. So appreciate you. Thank you again.
Talk
to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. So I'm going to bring on our next guest right away. So great to see you here. Can you hear us okay, Giri?
Oh, yes, Corey. How are you guys?
Oh, doing fantastic. I've heard your voice quite a bit lately because Shelley's been working on your Blue Talks video.
Oh, awesome. When is it going to come out, Corey?
What's it? Oh, yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much for joining us today as well.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad to have you here. And I think I asked you before, but I always like to make sure your last name pronunciation.
Yes.
I'll probably get it wrong if I try it, but
it's very easy. Srinivasan. You got it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I had it right. So we're so excited to have you here today. And one of the things you may not have seen, but how we kind of bring the guest on is to get them to introduce themselves versus reading a bio or something like that. Because I always say, like, if I'm reading the bio, I'll mess up words and it won't sound authentic. But can you tell us, just for those that may be discovering you for the first time today, a little bit more about yourself? And then, of course, we'll dive in a bit deeper during our conversation as well.
Sure. Okay. I'm Giri Srinivasan. I'm professionally a physiotherapist and owner of multiple physiotherapy clinics in Edmonton, in and around Edmonton, I would say. And personally, a husband, father of 2 kids. One is a teenager, another is a 12-year-old, and very avid cricket player. I play cricket in the league and loves mountains and oceans, and just to like to educate and empower people. That's the motto of life.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love it. Amazing. And I love, first of all, I love your energy. I love your message. We had you speaking at our Blue Talks Alberta event.
Yep.
And you, I said to Shelley, yours was one of my favorite Blue Talks. I love that because for me, it really relates well in a lot of ways to what I do, where I've interviewed so many thought leaders and I love to share what the common traits are. Okay. And you'll talk about the things that, these I will say the small number of things that if you started doing them well, you could have, might call it like $1 billion life, like full, well-rounded, wealthy life. And I don't mean wealthy just in money. I mean, just in your life, like to actually have a fulfilling life. And we don't hear that as often as we should. And what I loved about yours is they were all stuff that I've learned the top achievers do. And so I kind of can validate what you said, but it's stuff that you've learned on the front end, doing it on the front end. So why I bring all this up is I'd love for you to, if you're okay with it, to share 1 or 2 of those principles that you shared at the event so people can feel for how to live a better life.
Yeah, basically, like as a physical therapist treating several patients in a day, what I find, I've been practicing for almost 24 years now and treated over more than 18,000 patients so far. So what I found the common trait was a lot of solutions for big problems are very simple. Because they are simple, they are ignored. Right? You don't need to have a multi-million-dollar equipment or a tablet or an orthotics or a hat to get a better at everything, right? Like, for example, I discuss about sleep. How many of us are abusing sleep every single day, and why it is so important, right? Like, I kind of mentioned in my talk that if you want your beautiful cleaning for your brain to be done every night, you got to sleep. It's a brain cleaning device, and just a simple thing with a lot of other hormonal stuff and everything. So we're not giving adequate time for ourselves, and our sleeping time is gradually decreasing every day for a lot of people, starting from the young age. Teenagers and the cell phones and iPads and stuff like that, starting from there. That was my one thing. And I talked about breathing quite a bit, right? Especially in the pandemic in the last 2 years, I'm seeing a lot of patients because of the anxiety and all the stress going on in the world and in their life. They started chest breathing quite a bit. They're not using the diaphragm, the only big breathing muscle we have in our body. And the chest breathing causes a lot of other trouble. So the whole essential of life is breathing, taking the oxygen in, which we are not doing properly. Simple things like that, breathing, sleeping. Then I talked about mindfulness, being mindful. It's not meditation, it's not breathing. It's just intentionally paying attention with kindness. And we need that more now than before. Because everybody has a story we may not know, but all we can do is be kind to others. Right? That's very important. And then social life we talked about, because according to the research and data, our social life is the number one reason for longevity of life. It's not exercise. It's not your multivitamins, right? Your social life, just getting to the people, laugh, talk, not online. I'm talking in person, right? When you meet somebody in person, you release this cascade of neurohormones in your brain, which doesn't happen when you meet online, right? The smell, the handshake, the eye contact, the touch, right? Because in last 2 years with the pandemic, how much our social life is affected. Even we call it social distancing, and which is harmful to health. Because of pandemic, it was okay to have it, but now we got to get together, we got to laugh, so these are some of the simple things I cannot discuss in my talk. And because as physiotherapists, we are not fixers or healers, and we are more a health coach. When patient comes to us, we're not just talking about muscles and joints and pain. We're also talking about all these concepts of human life and how it's slowly disintegrating and disappearing, and how we need to put it together for a better life and better family life and healthy life.
Wow. And so I wanted to dive into a couple of those areas. One of them, specifically mindfulness.
Yeah.
What is your thought around, and this is something that I've struggled to kind of find a way to get it to be a habit that I always follow, but mindful eating. I hear all the time how important it is to take a certain amount of bites and chew like 30 times every bite, stuff like that. But I find it hard to remember that when I'm having a busy day. Like, in other words, having a busy day to actually force myself to slow down and just take the time to eat properly. I struggle with that. So I'd love to get your thoughts around, is it important to mindful eat, in your opinion? And do you have any kind of strategy for how I could make that a habit?
See, mindful eating is a good point, and it has to start from the very young age, because you would have noticed, and what I'm noticing right now is mama is feeding a 3-month-old baby with a YouTube on the iPhone. Okay, you could have seen in your own family households, in your friend's household, there is no more mama carrying the baby and talking to the baby, singing to the baby and feeding the baby. Oh, put the baby on the chair, iPhone or iPad in the front, put the YouTube on, cartoon going on while you're feeding. It has to start there, right? We cannot have them totally engrossed in something on screen and passively eating. There is no consciousness about the texture of the food, taste of the food, the connection between the feeder and the who got fed. There is no mutual connection, bonding. So we're totally taking it away by a screen in front of us. I mean, it's happening more and more, right? From 3 months old, I'm seeing that, right? And it's just going up to 5-6 years. No babies are eating in North America without iPad or iPhone in the front. Why? It has to start there. We have to break that chain first. Because a simple rule in my household, no electronics on dining table. Adults and our kids, just not allowed. Whatever it is. And any gathering we have, I have a basket always in the front door. They leave all the phones there before they come into the house, right? So that connection has to start there, so that you have to enjoy the flavors, enjoy what you chew, right? And that you connected, because your guts are the second brain. and there's a lot of connection between your guts and the brain. We call it enteric nervous system. Everything you eat goes into the gut, and how it's absorbed, and that changes how your brain behaves, right? So that's what mindful eating, and that's it starts there. Eating without distraction, appreciating the food you have, and appreciating where it comes from, right? That kind of respect to the earth and the people who are making it, and not wasting it, and having a healthy food. And also, always they say, eat half what you needed so that you can double your life. Okay.
I love
The
that.
more you leave on your plate, you extend your life more.
And whenever you talk about the breathing, I think that's really been impacted by the mask. Do you? Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a necessity for us for certain reasons. There is a lot of controversy about it. Yes, it has affected quite a bit of breathing, a lot of affected people. That's why, like everybody, we have to make sure that take a deep breath and see if your chest is moving too much, you're not breathing right. You have developed an abnormal breathing pattern. Maybe before pandemic or after pandemic, we do not know. Then you have to put a conscious effort in breathing right for yourself first. Then you teach to your family members and friends, whoever you see. And just it takes 1 minute to check. Take a deep breath and see how they are moving. And then you can retrain it. Brain picks it up in a week once you start retraining them. And then it's very good, because diaphragm is one big muscle. It has to have that piston action when you breathe, because that's what bringing all the blood flow from your heart to the legs and all your internal organs and ovaries and kidneys and genitals. And if you're not getting that piston going, you're just doing this. What kind of blood supply is going to have? You're going to have for your organs and your legs. It's very important.
Yeah, there's a friend, a girl I know who works at a salon, and I noticed when I was there, like how shallow she was breathing, and like you said, it only takes a second to notice. And so I just said to her, I was like, in between your clients, like you really need to take a break and take some really deep breaths, because even that short period of time will make a difference, I would think.
Definitely. That's very important. A lot of simple things we need to change in life, because that was my topic for the Blue Talks. Now I think Corey is giving me a chance in Howard University in July. So I got to prepare my next topic. Like my talks, I just want to educate people about a lot of simple things, how we are forgetting to make our life better, and then kind of emphasize that better with research and data backup so people can understand. And I'm thinking more about like barefoot and how is this multi-billion-dollar shoe industry wants you to believe that your feet is not adequate and you need something else to make it adequate. And that's absolutely not true. And that's something I need to. People are abusing their feet so much in this world right now, and that's maybe my next kind of venting out topic, because we are casting it all day, like we are caging our feet, and we are not letting them be the feet at all. And it's starting from the so young age. I see so many kids in the clinic with so many problems, and everything starts from the feet. And then our wheels, we are not taking care of our wheels. And we are expecting to go miles and miles in our lifetime, but our wheels are getting really beaten up.
So now, so I'll ask it this way, but how important is it that, and I think you answered the question in your response, but that we are barefoot some of our day. And I asked that because, Shelly and I and our kids are very bare feet people. Like Shelly just said the other day about how much she was walking, that her feet were like so dirty from walking. She walks inside all the time barefoot. But how important is that? Like, I know the other day it was cold and she was saying, our youngest son, you got to put your shoes on, more so because to protect his feet from the cold. And I said, but you know what? Let's leave him out for a little bit longer so that he's grounding. But how important is it that we actually spend time bare feet?
Let me put it this way. We grow and experience the world through sensory inputs from our early childhood and baby stages. How much ever the sensory experience you're giving to your brain, whether through your eyes or through your vestibular system or through your hands and feet, the brain can develop and appreciate that better. And the motor output is going to be based on what's going in. Research says even if you wear a pair of socks in your feet, your sensory input to your brain reduces by 25% from your feet. Wow, that's just small statistics. And I can talk about feet all day. But just to give you things, you are born to be barefooted. Someday somebody thought they'll give you a pair of shoes, right? And like how somebody thought they give you a pillow to sleep. Same thing, right? And then now the babies from like 1 month old, you see all these fancy shoes, and your feet are meant to be barefooted because it's one of the most beautiful architecture in our human body, the human feet. Like beautiful arches, the medial arch, the lateral arch, transverse arch, the architecture, the sling mechanisms. Oh, it's such a wonderful, wonderful architecture. And it's designed to be very stable when it has to, and it has designed to be very malleable when you're on uneven surfaces. But we don't use this feet like this at all. We are always on the even surfaces, casting with shoes. We're not letting them breathe at all. And that's why a lot of problems with bunions and things like that go for surgery. It's one of the worst surgery in the world. There is a lot of things are happening, bad things happening. So, summary, give as much as sensory input to your brain with your feet and your hands. Brain would love it, and your motor output throughout your body will be better.
I remember reading about this years. Well, I don't know how long ago I read about it, but it was about a tribe years ago. I think it might have been the Mayan civilization, but it was a tribe I was watching a show on, and I read about it, that they always, and I think they still do to this day, the smaller numbers of them, run barefoot. They've never put shoes on. They always run barefoot. And my understanding was, for years, that was what most people did, is run barefoot. And our feet became adapted to that. But now that we're, like you said, casting them, we're not adapted to that anymore. Have you heard of that? Is there some truth to that, that our feet were actually, naturally, we were able to run on like mountains and stuff like that with bare feet?
So just think about cavemen. These feet are created to climb trees and climb mountains and go into the caves and climb rocks, right? And then it's not designed, your feet is not designed just to walk on level surfaces, tiles and carpets. So, but we have to explore, give those options, those things for the patients and for the persons. Actually, that's very important. Like a lot of simple things you can do at home, like being barefooted is number one. Use your feet, pick up marbles, sit on the chair, pick up marbles, use your small muscles of the foot, and then try to put your feet, walk on the pebbles, walk on the grass with barefooted, as long as it's safe, and let your foot do all this magic what is created for, right? And even our kids, mainly, we have to do things. How many of us teaching our kids to climb trees, right? So things like that. Take them to the park and then be with them, ask them to climb a tree and see how they are using their body. Like our daily life should incorporate movements. Now it has happened. We are so sedentary all through days, and we're thinking 1 hour working in the gym in the evening, it's all I need. No, it has to be incorporated through your lifestyle throughout the day. Like we separated movement for exercise in the gym. That's a very bad idea.
It's crazy. I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I like climbing the trees, and I'm always barefoot. My feet are always dirty. And as Corey was probably going to say, is I'm always testing my abilities with my feet to pick things up and even pass them to the kids, or grab a remote. And it started as a young age. I don't know why, but it's with my senses. I've always tested myself. So if it's dark, sometimes I leave the light off to see how I can get around in the dark. And I always test myself to see, okay, well, I don't have my hands, so what can I accomplish with my feet?
And the same thing goes to our hands also, right? Like nowadays, like we are all typing lots, not writing that much, and also video games and everything for the kids. The dexterity ability of the hands are going down quite a bit, and we have so much representation for our hand and feet in our brain. And that's called homunculus representation on the brain. It has a maximum area in our brain for our thumb, hands, and our feet. But we are just making those neurons to sleep. They're like, okay, don't worry, you're not going to get any sensory input from your hands and feet, so you can sleep.
Wow.
It's it's quite amazing. And indeed, as Shelley said, she I've watched her practice with her feet, and it's amazing. But I will say too, I think sometimes on that note, we take for granted what is possible and the ability with her feet, because and she'll know when I start mentioning this, but there's a person that he passed away a couple of years ago, but I got fairly close with him for a while, who his name was Mark Goffney. He was a busker, but he also ended up starting a band called Big Toe Rocks. And basically his sort of claim to fame was that he was born with no arms. And yet he learned to play guitar and bass with his feet. Ended up touring pretty much the world with doing that. He actually changed his baby's diapers when they were younger. His wife said, "I don't care. You have no excuse. You're changing it too." And my point of all this is, he can do all that stuff with his feet kind of tells us how little we use what's possible with our feet. Like
Exactly.
I was telling Shelly, she laughs at this every time, but I was telling Shelly I went to visit him at a concert, and he drove the car. He drove a regular car, an automatic, but a regular car with his feet, which blows my mind. And he went to the back of the car and he said, I asked him about buying one of his shirts. He said, no, I'll give you one. And I was talking to somebody else. He went to the back of his car, just him, and came back and threw a shirt at me with his foot. And I said, what? How did you do that? And he said, oh, I unlocked my trunk and grabbed it. So, he went back to the car, unlocked his trunk, grabbed his shirt with his feet, threw it at me, and then went and played guitar for 4 hours. So, when we think that our feet don't have the ability to learn, I think it's proof otherwise.
In the same line, Corey, because I work in the disability sector quite a bit, I know a gentleman, adult, who born without hands, and he's a graduate, and he writes with his feet. He eats with his feet. He sits on the floor, eats with the feet, and he writes. He graduated bachelor's degree and writing exams with his feet. So, and here we are not even using them for walking properly. So
amazing.
I do have a question. Like, as far as the hands go, like, I'm just curious because I test my feet all the time. What is there like an exercise or something that we could incorporate with our hands?
No, not just exercise, but basically, right now our neurons for the thumb is increasing more and more because we are texting a lot, and a lot of thumb use, but other fingers we are not using that much. So you can do as simple as like a drawing, and also that do not forget the art of writing. Maybe you can write letters to your friends, families. They would love to get the letters. Writing is a beautiful thing for getting the connection between your brain, and things like gardening and stuff like that, playing with the earth.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. It's nothing fancy you're going to do. You're going to just incorporate more and just getting away a little bit from those too much texting and typing.
And I love what you talk about because it's simple. Like it's not raw, like we can just easily incorporate all these things daily into our life.
So just I guess as we kind of and there's never enough time, and I feel like I should bring you onto my podcast to ask you some more of these questions if you're open to that. It's completely separate from Blue Talks, but my podcast has been going for 12 years. I'd love to talk about bringing you on because so many of these concepts are. My show is about influencers, and I think so many influencers. We're all human. They could learn to use some of these things as well. Walk barefoot more. Take mindfulness into their life. But having said all that, I know we have a guest backstage, and we also are going to take a couple of minutes break on our side. So, so having said that, I want to make sure we give you time to tell us, a little bit more about how we can reach you, how we can work with you. Is there a place you would send people if they want to learn more about this great work you're teaching about these principles that, like I said, I watched your talk and I was just floored, and I can't wait to share your talk and promote it all over the world. But is there a place that you would send people to connect with you further? And like I said, with your permission, I'll call it To Be Continued as well.
Sure. So I have a show. It's called Ask Giri, the Physio Show. Okay, I have been doing it for a couple of years now. And the main motto, as I told you, to educate and empower people, to bring them the truth and evidence so that they're not sidetracked by the advertisements they see online and in the TV to kind of take care of health, right? Or Dr. Google or Dr. YouTube. So, so people can go to physioshow.ca. Okay, and they just have to sign in, and all my episodes are archived there. Actually, I have episodes just on the feet there itself. So I have a lot of bumper to bumper, head to toe, a lot of different conditions, different things. All the episodes are there. I'm still making 2 episodes a month and archiving there. People can get educated there. And that's the best spot to start. And then as usual, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Facebook, and our clinic website, instaphysio.ca. There's a lot of information there. And people can connect me through various ways, through the show or through the clinic or through Facebook or LinkedIn. I'm all there. So just type Giri Srinivasan in Google. There will be 10 links opening in front of you. So
amazing. Giri, this has been an absolute pleasure. Like I said, with your permission, I'll call it To Be Continued. Sure. And we'll say till next time. But like I said, there's never enough time because I feel like we could have chatted. We could have went down all of your principles and talked about all of those and probably made this show 4 hours. So thank you.
I'm available. You can reach out to me. Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank
Thanks
you
so much. We
much.
appreciate you.
Bye.
Talk more soon, my friend. Thank
Bye.
you again. And so everybody else, we're just going to take a 5-minute break as we don't have today, we don't have breaks between our guests like we had the last couple of days. So we're just both going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back at the top of the hour with our next guest at 12. I'm going to put this up on the screen, 12 Eastern, just in case somebody jumps on this second when we're just taking this quick break. But I will be right back. Shelly will be right back. And we will talk to everybody very shortly. Thanks, everybody. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you doing today, Michelle?
Good, thank you.
You can hear me now and see me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Back from our break? Awesome. So we are officially back from our break. We're live, and Shelly's going to be rejoining us in a second. But we're so excited to have another recent Blue Talk speaker with us here from Toronto. I've been hearing your voice. I think yesterday or the day before, Shelly working on the video, and it's so funny because I've been like a lot of the people that are on here this week that spoke at the event. I've been hearing their voice so much that I feel like I'm hearing their voice running through my head, and so I've gotten to hear your talk multiple times because when she's working, sometimes if she doesn't have a headset on or whatever, I'm hearing the talk as well. So yeah, so Michelle, welcome. And where we usually like to start is to get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves, rather than me reading a bio or anything like that. Just for those that may be discovering you for the first time today. So Michelle, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and a little bit about your background?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Corey. And thank you, Shelly. It's an honor to be here and part of your platform today. Yes, and this is really probably one of my first exposures on a greater scale for sure. And I'm so grateful for that. I am a health and fitness coach. I'm also a confidence trainer. I'm an author and speaker. Thanks to the Blue Talk brand, thanks to you, Corey. It's been a whirlwind of, let's say, a personal journey the past year and a bit. And I love all things self-love and health and wellness and fitness. I'm also a wife, a mom of 3 beautiful children. And gosh, my background, though, actually goes beyond this. Health and fitness coach really is only in the last couple of years that I've been embarking on this entrepreneurial journey to help others with their health and fitness journey. But I bring to the table, I love all things science. So I have a very strong science background in terms of a health career for over 30 years. So this is just part of who I am and ingrained in me. I've also actually created programs. You know, COVID has given me some time to slow down and really think about what I truly want and the direction that I want to take. And so I'm a creator of programs. I have fitness programs. I also have a mindset program that I've developed. And I also actually have a program for kids. And initially it started off, I've been doing that now for a couple of years. It's Thrive Confidence Building for young girls ages 9 to 15. But I'm excited that I'm expanding that. This is new. I'm going to be expanding that now to include all kids, you know, recognizing that health and wellness and mental health, right, in the world that we live in today, it's essential for all, and especially with our youth, right? So that is something that I will be launching more on a grander scale in the next couple of months.
Amazing. Yeah, that's so exciting. I love that. And so I guess, Michelle, you know, when it comes to health and wellness, you know, I saw you did a post the other day where you said it was like your first time back in the gym since COVID. And I'm curious, when it comes to COVID, like when you look at even just for yourself, your perspective, but what kind of impact do you think COVID had on health and wellness?
Wow. Well, I know the state, certainly, I think we all know the state of what our healthcare, regardless of where we live, is like, right? So if you can think about the impact that it's had on the external world on that grand scale, imagine, I think, the impact certainly, you know, internally for ourselves is probably even greater. And the thing is that many of us, when we try to maintain what we can do and deal with it, but the stress, you know, the emotional toll that it has taken on people, the stress and those kind of external factors and the worry and the fear that it's brought about plays a toll in our, not just our mental health, but our physical health as well, right? So a massive impact for sure.
I'm sorry, were you going to jump, Michelle?
Yeah, actually, whenever for whenever like the whole Army of Love, this thing that we've created, I always, when you think of an army, you think of soldiers, you think of pushing through and the journey that we have to overcome, right? And I know for you, your life hasn't always looked the way that it does right now. You've overcome a few hurdles of your own. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. And that's exactly it. I didn't always used to be in this place. I didn't always used to be in this spot. And, we all have a journey, right? And I decided to really start speaking out more about it simply because I know that there's so many others out there struggling with where they're at and want that inspiration or need that inspiration, the motivation to keep going. And so, yes, absolutely. I'm in a great spot where I'm at right now. But it didn't always used to be this way. And, I think back when I first dabbled into fitness as well, it was like, did a little bit in my late 20s. There was a challenge that I did for 12 weeks. I think that was when I was really bit by the bug, that I realized, wow, physical perks, but the mental benefits were huge as well, and then through the years, I got a little bit more, I got deeper into the fitness and especially it really helped me when my father passed away. I was 35. And at that point, I really just I dove right in. I was actually off with my son, who was 7 months at the time. And it really helped me channel and connect more to my inner self and go through the healing process. So I was in a great space until about 6 years ago when I had a massive back injury. And I was rear-ended when I was driving. And without going into any details or many details, I noticed after that accident, I had noticed gradual changes. And then it eventually, it took me completely out. And I had dealing with spinal issues. I had fractured vertebrae and spondylolisthesis. So basically the stability of my body standing was a challenge. And so, it took me 2 years to really rehab and come back to this point. So, and I remember that experience just like it was yesterday. Because it's that vivid in my brain. And sometimes even now I fear, like, oh my gosh, right? Like, what if, right? And I stop myself from going back to that place, So I was out for 2 years completely and rehabbing myself back. And what probably saved me from it really ingrained sort of the nutritional, the wellness aspect of things and maintain that while I was off the gym. So it helped me, let's say, maintain a moderate weight, being inactive. I knew that it wasn't good, but it was what I needed to do. And while I was off, and while I was managing this back injury, and I tried all the things, lots of therapy sessions, lots of trying to get well, visit many doctors, different therapists, and they would help for a short term and not long term. And what I realized that there's something blocking my healing, and that's when I started to go more within and learn more about mindset and the power of our mind. And it was incredible because the more that I started learning and tapping into my intuition, so I had really didn't know anything much about intuition. We all have it.
Yeah.
We're all really good at not listening to it sometimes, right? We're not taught to pay attention to it.
Sometimes our body has to scream.
Yeah. Well, and that was it, right? My back took me right out. And, yes, I was in the accident and all the things, the symptoms were happening. It took me right out. But what took me right out was that it stopped me in my tracks until I was ready to listen. And that's when I heard you know, I was practicing tuning into my intuition. And that's when I heard, well, your body will heal if you're willing to listen and do the work, you know? And so that's when I really started to recognize the power of the mind, and truly doing more work, reading all I could about self-help and trauma, and back pain. And I just realized I knew with everything that I was holding on to emotions, to trauma, to negativity, to different things in my life that had happened over the years, that I had to learn to start to unravel and peel. And it's like peeling the onion, right? To let go. So what I realized when I started to do that, and it was work, that fitness truly was a process and it is a journey. You know, we have these highs and lows, and the more that I would unravel and peel the layers back and allow emotions to let go, my body started to heal. It was incredible. It was so incredible, mind-blowing, truly mind-blowing.
And I'm sure you've heard of Louise Hay's book, Heal Your Body.
Yes, you took the words out of my mouth.
So honestly, that's my Bible. Like, I mean,
mine too.
When we go back to the favorite book, you know, of course, 4 Agreements, but I never even,
I even have it tagged, right? I have like things in here, but this is it. This is it, right? This is it.
It is. And you know what? When I started my journey in healing, is, you know, when I got clean and sober, it's funny because I went through that whole process of A to Z. And I actually like wrote down every affirmation for like, you know, I've always had cystic acne. Okay, so what's the affirmation? I've had anxiety, depression, addiction, you know, you name it. And all those things I like, and we still actually have it in our bathroom, and I have it on recipe cards and, you know, on a bulletin board, and it's just so I can see it. Right. Yeah. And it's just all, and then it's so interesting to read the negative thoughts. And how much I was like, yeah, that's what I tell, you know, that's what that judge is telling me, or that's what that, you know.
And it sits here all the time, right? It's there. And it's that voice that replays, and we have to come back to, I guess, alignment, right? That's the thing, is like all these things that happen to us, we start to spin a little out of control in our mind, you know, our brain kind of takes over. And so we have to recognize when that's happening and really come back to who we really are, right? Like, and you know, who we really are is when we're in alignment, we're feeling good. We're not stressed out. We're letting life be as it is, you know, and our bodies are more relaxed, right? And our minds are more relaxed. So we're less fearful, or when things come about. This is the practice that you're talking about. This is the affirmation, Shelley, that you're talking about. And for me, I hold my back, I see it as a gift, because it is my weak spot. And when I am feeling stressed out, when things are like kind of feeling like they're unraveling again, or I go into worry, then I'm like, I feel it in my lower back. And then I'm like, whoa, okay, let me back up. Thank you, body, for telling me.
And I'm going to listen.
Yeah, stop and listen. And now it's like, oh, let me reflect on what it is. Yes. What is it that I'm thinking, or not even aware that I'm thinking? Because our subconscious mind really controls what we do. Yeah.
And to anyone who might be listening, who's just like new to these affirmations, or anything else, like, I don't know about yourself, but I know for me, like, I didn't believe a lot of the things, you know, like I love myself, I'm worthy, or things of that nature when I was in that dark spot. But to anybody who might be listening, you know, the more you say it and the more you make it a routine, the more you kind of start to believe it, right?
Yes.
Did you experience that as well? Like with, oh, I'm going to say this, but I might not believe it, but I'm just going to keep doing it.
Yes, 100%. And it might seem uncomfortable and weird, right? For people who are not used to it. But when you realize we have, again, it's the power of the mind. And what I'm trying to get out here is that we just don't have our body. We have our mind, our mental health, our mental fitness too, right? So we often just see our outer shell, but we got to remember that we have our inner shell. And so affirmations and repeating things that are, not necessarily we believe at the beginning. And I went through it myself, and I'm sure we all have things that replaying over and over in our mind, or if we did, kind of the 5 whys and we get to the root of the problem or go even deeper, that will really come to the real thing that's holding us back. But affirmations need to be repeated on a repetitive daily basis, really, for it to start ingraining in our brain. It's just like physical fitness. The more consistent you are with your practice, the stronger you get. So your mind is a muscle, right? Your intuition is a muscle. So that's the same thing. So it's going to be repeating the practice over and over. And eventually, because you're repeating it so often, you're feeling it in your heart. You are going to believe it. You eventually do believe it and become more confident that it's a hell yes, this is exactly who I am. And then it becomes a thing that even when you become, let's say, unraveled or out of alignment, or life throws you a curveball, you can come back to remembering, oh, wait a minute, I am this better person, this stronger person. I am worthy, right? So
and I think that's sometimes what it's all about, right? Like sometimes we have to just go back to the basics, like even for you with the injury, it's all, like you just had, it's all about, okay, this has happened. It's, taken me off track, but now, like I have the tools and, I just have to take the baby steps and, I can finish this journey, but it's just going back to the basics.
Yes, absolutely. And that was exactly it. Recognizing, it took me back to recognizing my life experiences were for me, not happening to me. Right? When I stopped playing victim and realized that, hey, this is meant for me to maybe expand, right? Open up new opportunities to step into life or look at things from a different perspective. And I started to heal. And it's incredible, though, once you start going deeper, you get to then that next level, and then something else might throw me off. And, and that has happened as well. I have actually dealt with, you mentioned about skin, our skin shows us, it's our outer surface, right? And our skin shows us what's happening. So I was also dealing with acne in the past year. My skin right now is healed. It is amazing because, again, I would even Google YouTube videos, right? 4-minute, beautiful skin affirmation, allowing the energy just to go out, right? Our bodies are always showing us signs of where we need to go a little deeper, heal a little bit more. And it's so wild. It's so wild when you do the work. Yeah.
And I think it's so important too, like what you said about the alignment and the head and the heart, right? Because I think the head is our thoughts. So it's speaking the affirmations. So therefore, I think it's like when the heart believes, that it's created that affirmation, like that belief that what you're speaking is true, because now your heart and your soul believes it and is stepping into that.
Yes, you've created a direct channel.
Yeah.
Right? Create a direct channel. And when we think of two of our minds, you think of and I teach this to the kids, is like our brain is a supercomputer. So whatever we're, whether we remember it or not, or realize it or not, things that happened to us years ago, it's there. It's just in storage, right? And so, things that we say to ourselves or not notice that even that we're saying, our inner critic is always loud, trying to kind of keep us small. The same thing goes with, I see it in my clients too, that I work with, that are really focused on wanting to get healthy and fit, and perhaps not loving their bodies. Maybe they have, they want to tone up, or they have want to lose some weight, or they're trying to just get fit to feel better. Whatever their actual goal is, they all have things going on. And I've seen it with my clients, that if they are finding in their own journey that things aren't budging, things aren't moving, it truly is an inside game first. And I always say fitness is an inside job. We've got to learn to love ourselves, embrace our body. Our body is there to support us if we let it.
And I love that. Like yesterday we had on, or the day before, or yesterday, Tina Mundy.
Yes.
Yeah, and and even it's very similar to what you're doing, and it's great, right? Because it's the mind, body, and soul. It's it's nutrition, it's mental health, it's it's not just going to the gym.
No.
Or it's not just cutting out carbs, or it's just
right.
You know what I mean? Like it's so much more than that.
Yes. And and the challenge is, we didn't learn this, right? Mm-hmm. There's more of an evolution and a way of now integrating mind, body, and soul more now than ever. And actually, I turned 50 6 months ago, and I know that I'm aging in reverse. Mm-hmm. And, so for anyone in the same kind of in their 40s, 50s, or 60s, right? Like you can truly make a difference at any point in time. Mm-hmm. But the power is all in the mind and how you feel your body. What are you doing to take care of your mental, your emotional being? What are you doing to take care of your physical being? What are you doing to take care of your soul? And I, and not everybody's into the kind of that. And I don't mean it to be like it's not a woo-woo thing. Really, it's just your higher self. Think about it like, what do you dream about? What do you desire? What are your goals, for your life? So it's powerful when you can realize that all three go together. Now, perhaps you can't work on all three parts together, but and for some that can be overwhelming, especially if it's just at the beginning of a fitness journey, if it's beginning of health and wellness. But once you start working and understanding how they all work together, it's all bodies working together, all parts of you working together. And when you work together with all parts of you, a beautiful thing starts to happen.
Well, in today's world, it's everyone's so busy and distracted, right? And we have so many distractions around us that it's so easy to fall into that distracting place, right, to avoid, the mind, body, and soul, and what it's calling for and what it's screaming for.
I wanted to just add in, I'm a big believer on, when somebody says something I think could be a great book title, in sharing what that is. And so I just want to say that one thing you said along the way, I thought there's some cool book title within there, whether it's just that or there's some deviation of that, but your mind is a muscle. I think would be such a great concept for a book. Like, and again, whether it's like the 3 ways your mind is a muscle or whatever, but it's just, your mind is a muscle is such a great power statement.
Thank you so much for sharing, because I wrote it down, obviously, but no kidding. Like last night, I was tucking my daughter into bed, and I said to her, you know what? And this is so random that you said that. I'm like, you know what? My next book is going to be like, fitness is an inside job. But so to your point, you know, I'm kind of like already thinking about this, but I love that, because your mind is a muscle. Your mind is a muscle, and it's so, I love that. I got goosebumps.
And let me say this too, Michele, if you decide on fitness as an inside job or whatever the title is, ultimately you could still have that as a chapter title.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
So
I love it.
It's just that I guess my mind works that way now, as I'm really, I guess I really listen to stuff where I'm like, book title, because at the end of the day, that's what sells the books, the cover and the title. And you know, people say these great lines, and I often think, oh, did you realize that was your book title, or that was a chapter in your book? And I just always, so I like to, if it's happening in real time, I like to point it out in real time. So not only that are we aware of it, but now it's stamped. So somebody do that.
It's mine. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you.
So that's kind of the thought there. So I was going to ask you as well then, Michele, one last question before we bring things to a close. And I always hate to bring things to a close, but I know our next guest is backstage, so I always have to be conscious too. But Michele, I guess if you were to, and this is just me more thinking of that viewer or listener that is just starting their journey, they're struggling right now with health and wellness, where would you tell somebody to start? Because I think the first step is always the hardest for people. And on top of that, I would add, there's so much conflicting information about fitness and health and wellness in the world. Like, you can go onto a magazine rack and see one cover that says, this is the best thing to do ever. And then the next one right beside it says, don't ever do that, ever. Right. And it's, you know, so they're conflicting with each other. So where would you tell a person to start, or where did you start?
Wow. That's actually a pretty big question, but basic stuff, like, you know, really try to get quiet. Try to get quiet with your mind. First of all, our bodies knows what it needs, right? We know what we need. We just have to get quiet and listen. You know, so when you think about your body, is it that you need more movement, right? And actually, that just has now made me realize, like, sometimes our greatest answers when we're kind of struggling with where to go, what to do, I'm not sure if I should do this, go for a walk. Go for a walk in nature. Set yourself somewhere where it's peaceful or that you enjoy, but ground yourself first. Get quiet, take out a pen and paper and start just writing, free write, and see what comes out. So then you're going to know, do you need to do more of that every day, you know, to work on your mental well-being? Or will it come to you that, you know what, I love that walk, I need more of that. Or I used to be more in exercise, right? Was it because you felt you should, or is it something that you truly believe that you need? Right? I believe our bodies are designed to move. That's why we have them. I'm here to support. But that's where I would start, is to really kind of drill down to figure out where you want to start. What is it that you want to start? To try and get clear on what it is that you truly want. And you're right, there's so much conflicting information out there. You're right. We could go here and there, and one's talking about this diet, keto, whatever diet it is. I'm not endorsing one or the other, but what I would, suggest is that thinking about the way that your current lifestyle is, what are the positive things that you can start integrating? Sometimes we feel overwhelmed when we think about, oh my gosh, I need to do this, I should do that. That's coming from I like to remove the word should. Mm-hmm. If you could, what would you do? And when you start to integrate, and this is how I work with my clients too, is that you start to integrate more of the positive aspects in your life, more of the positive things, like more whole foods, less processed, less sodium, drinking more water, right? Surrounding yourself with positive people. Self-love is a big thing. Affirmations. Now, again, not all of this can happen maybe all at once, but these are the kind of things that you should be doing. And again, if you're looking for more of the expert stuff, look at people who have already embarked, let's say, on a journey that's been super successful and sustainable, because that's what you want. You want lifestyle changes. And habits it's 21 days of consistency to form a habit. 90 days really for it to become a lifestyle change. So in the middle there is that, you've got 30, 60, 90 days. In the middle it becomes a sticky habit, but 30 or 94 a lifestyle change. So keep repeating that, right? But search for the experts that have had great success. I personally have did that myself. When I was looking, I was like, who do I know that is in a fitness icon, that is older, that I admire, that's a mentor, that I believe in their information and their that just the way that they're living their lives, showing up for themselves, that, and that's exactly what I did. So
I love it. In fact, I talked earlier about a similar type thing. When people say to me, what book should I read? I always say that again, and again, I said it earlier, so I won't belabor the point, but just that go to the people that you admire and find out what they're reading. Ask them. And if it comes up over and over, like a certain book, like today, we've had multiple people echo the 4 Agreements. Such a brilliant book. We've had and I say such a brilliant book, I mean, like people saying that's such a brilliant book. And then, of course, I'm a fan of Think and Grow Rich, but I mean, we've heard people echo that, hey, Think and Grow Rich was a game changer for me. It sold 200 million copies. These are the books that keep coming up over and over for a reason. And Louise Hayes come up over and over today. And Wayne Dyer's come up. So like, these are the sources I think that you can go to because you're hearing them over and over again. So I agree with you. Like, go to the people you admire. And my experience, like I've done a lot of podcasts where I've asked, what's your game-changing book? Think and Grow Rich has come up more times than any other book. I'd love to pretend it's just me. I get this own little secret to myself, but it comes up over and over again. And there's certain books that just come up over and over again. So again, if you haven't read that book that keeps coming up over again, and it could be about health and wellness. If you haven't read that book that keeps coming up over and over again, maybe that's your place to start.
Yeah.
So I love that advice.
Absolutely. Awesome.
Very cool. So Michele, very last thing is, and again, to be continued. I've said that to everybody today because I feel like we could keep these conversations going forever. But Michele, where can people find you or connect with you or reach out? What does that look like if people want to reach out to you after this conversation ends?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes. I do have a website, so you can visit www.michele, Michele, Bischof, Bischof .com. So my name is it's always a thing, right? Spelling. So that's a thing. So MichelleBischof.com. And I'm also on Facebook. Michele Bischof is my personal profile. I also have a business page, Michele Bischof Holistic Fitness, and Instagram. So I'm at _Michele_Bischof.
I love it.
Thank you.
Michele, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Like I said, to be continued, and I'll add to that till next time.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Michele. Appreciate you. Awesome. Amazing guest. And we're going to bring on another amazing guest right away. So Gail, hey, I see you here. It looks like you're on mute, so I don't know if that's on your side or ours, but it looks like your mic's on mute. There we go. It looks like it's not on mute now. So Gail, so great to have you here today. And Gail, let's jump right in. What we've been doing is getting the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves versus me reading a bio. So Gail, welcome. Shelly, Gail meet each other. I don't know if you guys have met each other yet, but Gail, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do for those that may be discovering you for the first time?
Yeah, definitely. And thank you, Corey, for having me today. It's pretty exciting to be taking this on for the first time ever. So primarily what I am is a mom of 4 amazing children. And that's what I've been doing for the last 26 years is a mom. And before that, my life existed as being in a dance class since the age of 5. Like, my mom put me in a tap class in a community center. And the minute those tap shoes went on my feet, I was like, I'm in. Like, that was it. My feet wouldn't stop moving. So I spent, probably from the age of 5 until now, teaching dance, being in dance and teaching dance. Man, it's such a loaded question, right? my journey of being in like a dance class was, I loved it. Like there was no question about it. And if you look at how people get stopped, was I just never quite got it like everybody else, or I could say I wasn't the gifted dancer, but it didn't stop me. You know, as I got older, my body was not the shape of what a dancer would be. I started like, you know, the basics of a ballet class. Like I begged my mom, and finally she put me in a ballet class, and I was in like the loser class, but it didn't stop me. And I continued on. And what carried with me was, there's something about this other than the dance class or the performance or the competition or the exam. And really, as I started to offer classes, and I would go in community centers, and I would get a gig wherever. I even had my own space. What really occurred for me was, how can this serve people? Like really, how can this serve people? There's got to be more to this than just the dance class. And I'm thankful because I really tapped into an amazing yoga teacher, and I've practiced with him for 13 years. And that has really, really, again, tapped into what I'm up to. And really what's important for people is it's an opportunity to come into a class and experience and learn what is going on with your body, and really listen to it. And what is the class going to offer for you? Like, you know, listening to your body. What's going on with my joints? What's going on with me mentally? And most of my students would leave the class and they'd just be so grateful that they had the opportunity to have a class. They had the time for themselves and escape from what's going on in the world, and really attune to what's going on with their physical body. Because if we just we're just these walking corpse. You know, how are we for ourselves and for others?
What are the classes that you offer?
So what I primarily teach is, I teach ballet and contemporary and tap. And my niche market is, I primarily teach younger children, ages 3 to 8. And my other big passion is teaching adults, like mostly beginners, ballet.
Mm-hmm.
And to even tap more into this, what really brought this to life is my business partner, who was my daughter. I always say she's my business partner since she was 3. Like, she went to every single class with me, and as she got older, she would recruit her friends. And I think at one point, like, her friends were with her from the age of 5 until the age of 17. They danced together, like they were it. And when we finally were able to have our space, like our own physical space, that was such an amazing moment, because it was there. And this is what really hit home for me is 4 months into opening up the space, my daughter was diagnosed with a brain tumor.
Wow.
And after that diagnosis, and after, like, I literally had my space for 4 months, and in she went for surgery. And she had her 2 surgeries that were not successful. Her life was completely altered. Completely. And through that experience of, being with her for her, recovery and managing my studio, what I saw was, if this girl had not had this, she may not be here today. And that's what's so amazing. And even after her recovery, and like, we're talking like 7 years later, I remember one day she walked into a studio. She goes, "Mom, I'm going to come back into the studio." And like, my daughter was hemi-paralyzed from a stroke, and it affected her left foot. And one day she just did this beautiful extension. And it wasn't like the ballerina extension, but I could just see on her face, is like she could feel something. And it just brought her back to that. And that was pretty amazing.
So this was 7 years later?
Pretty much, yeah.
Diagnosis? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. And so is she with you now in the business?
It's interesting. Someone really brought this on to me, is because of COVID, I closed my studio, And I've been sitting for 2 years going, oh, I'm done. Like, I'm done. And, you know, I've had people coming back to me and asking me for classes. So, and I forgot that my daughter was my partner. And I just said to her one day, I go, you know what? I forgot you're my partner. She goes, yeah, I'm still your partner, Mom. So currently I'm getting back into action. My website is live and found a space and opening up classes.
Awesome. Good for you. That's awesome. So now, as an adult myself, the people that you prior to COVID, if you're teaching ballet to older, are they generally people who have experience, or are they like kind of newcomers to ballet, just kind of going, I've always wanted to learn and I'm going to take a class?
Yeah, usually that's what I get. I was teaching a lot of classes through the city of Edmonton and also through McEwen University until they closed the program. And I think I think it was for like 25 years, I taught my ballet class, and it was a beginner class. Like Tuesdays was that magical hour of teaching. And that's what it was, is I would have beginners come in, and they'd come into the class and they have that look of, oh my God, I'm petrified. What am I doing here? And you could see it in their body language. And then, I'd come in the class and I would just kind of scan it. And I would just say, hey, you're here for whatever your reasons are. And I'm not here for any judgment. I'm only here to teach you what a ballet class is. And wow, it's like they're different people within 5 minutes. And just watching, in the first, 4 to 5 weeks when they come to class, how you can actually see the awareness they have of their body and the excitement. Like the first class, they're kind of like, the deer in the head, like, what the heck am I doing here? And they come back the next week and they're so full of excitement. Oh my gosh, I felt this, I felt that, I felt this. And even when I went to work, I'm sitting up taller. And I'm just like, yes, that's it.
That's awesome.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So one of the things that we've been talking about as well today that you probably have seen, Gail, is we've been talking about books that have changed people's lives. So a quick question for you, first of all, because we never can assume anything, but first of all, are you a reader? And if you are, do you have any books that you recommend to others or that you feel have sort of changed your life in any way?
Yeah. So I was like, oh God, Corey, don't ask me that question, but you are. And I have great, hopes and dreams of reading books because there is value. Absolutely. And I have my stack of books. But the one book that I'm going to share that maybe nobody has not really heard of was written by a classmate of mine who has dystonia. Her book is called A Twisted Fate. And it's by Brenda Curry. It's an autobiography, and it tells about her journey of when, she was a child and diagnosed with this and what she's been through. And it's quite amazing that she wrote this book. She literally typed it with one finger, one step at a time. Yeah. So that is my ultimate favorite book. And I read that book while my daughter was going through proton treatment when we were in Florida. And I think if I had not read that book, it would have been a different kind of outturn for my daughter and me supporting her. I read Brenda's book, and the strength she had and the courage she had and the trust she had in the medical system.
Wow. And I love that because oftentimes, as I said earlier, we get the same books coming up over and over again. And so I like the opposite scenario too. When we get a book that's not mentioned so people can discover a brand new book. I will say, and I said this yesterday, I think, Napoleon Hill doesn't need me to sell Think and Grow Rich. If you searched the hashtag either Napoleon Hill or Think and Grow Rich on social media, if you went across all social medias, there's literally 100,000+ people somewhere talking about that book today. So he doesn't need the extra PR. But somebody like yourself, like the book that you mentioned, somebody like that, who knows whose life that could change, that might not have discovered that book otherwise. So I'm so glad you mentioned one that we don't hear as often.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so what, I guess another thing I'd like to know, Gail, is what sort of has driven your desire to get your message out to more people and to kind of bring your message to more people in the world?
Definitely my desire, like for teaching dance, was I think it was a place for me to go growing up in, a really dysfunctional home, and always just not feeling accepted anywhere. And when I could come into my class, it just gave me that power that I could always turn to. It was the one thing that nobody could ever take away from me, no matter what. I didn't let anybody take that away from me. Like even if it came to like, I would dance in my backyard. I would dance at the kitchen table. My feet were always moving. Nothing ever stopped me. So it was perseverance.
And you could say it was a safe place.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a safe place. And people would think that if you want to say like a message, it's like people would probably think, oh, the dance world is not a safe place because you're out, performance and expectations. And I guess what I'm up to is that's great, but there's more. Mm-hmm. There's more. This is a place to come to be safe, a place to grow from, and to bring community together.
It's interesting because one of our Blue Talk speakers in the past, she spoke to the idea of dance being like almost like a metaphor for life and business, and how you can use what she learned, for example, through dance in life and business. What are your thoughts around that? Like, do you believe, like, I look at like, I'll compare it to like hockey. I believe when a kid's in sports, they learn a lot more than how to shoot a puck. They learn about discipline, showing up on time for the class, being there on a part of a team, being on, being a part of teamwork, what that involves, and all these other things that come with that, communication, even social skills. So do you feel dance can offer that to people as well?
Absolutely. Like if you go just to yourself, there's that accountability for yourself. And it's a place for like to really get attuned to your body and also focus, commitment, going beyond what you see possible. And like I was sharing with my daughter, when she would collect her friends together, they couldn't wait to be together 3 days a week. A lot of those dance classes sometimes were not dance classes. I could come to the class and be like, oh, okay, what's going on with all of you? And we would actually stop and we'd have a conversation. It wasn't like it was therapy, but we'd have a conversation about what's going on with them. And then I'd have to say, okay, we've done this for 45 minutes. I have a commitment as your teacher to your parents that we dance. So up we go. And wow, they would pull themselves together and they'd be committed for that 15 minutes. So, there's that, and just bringing community together. Even when we're looking at young children, what's there for them? Their motor skills, their listening skills, what do they see? That's amazing.
Do you see like a change in somebody, even an adult who's taken the class? Do you see a change in the way they walk or hold themselves as far as like a confidence level?
Absolutely. That's, I get a lot of my adult students come back to me that I've taught since they were 3. I've got actually one of my students who lives actually not very far from me. She's now 21 and I've taught her since she was 3. And this girl is like going into a master's program. Mm-hmm. So I can see how her discipline of dance. So she does that, and as well she's works with a dance community, and she's creating her own. So she's getting a degree. She's still building her own dance community, and like when I see my students, when you look at them physically, it's just like what you said. Their awareness of their posture is just, it's different from the average person who hasn't taken dance, and they carry it with them. They don't even think about it. Like I'll even sometimes have people say to me, I wish I could walk the way you do. And I'm like, what are you talking about? But it's so ingrained about, how we are attuned to aligning our body.
Dancers and gymnasts. I always find
Mhm.
that you can tell it doesn't matter the age. You can tell a dancer and a gymnast just by the way they walk and hold themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think about that, if you go into the world of business, like what Corey was asking, if you show up for, let's say, a business meeting and you're carrying that confidence,
Welcome.
then people are going to listen to what you have to offer
Mhm.
because you're just already creating a presence.
Yeah, it's I mean, I feel that when it comes to business or sales, and I mean, I spent I don't know, 10 years in corporate sales, and of course, whatever, going on 30 years in business, roughly. If you include, I guess if you include, I had side hustles all the time when I was in sales, running businesses. I will say confidence, and I'll add not arrogance, but confidence is something that makes the difference. It's one of the things. There's probably, you know, 8 or 10 ingredients, but it's one of the big ingredients that makes a difference between somebody who starves and somebody who succeeds. And what was it? Zig Ziglar. I used to love his quote. He said, "Timid salesmen have what is it? Timid salesmen have hungry children, or something to that effect." But the gist was that salesmen that don't have confidence typically don't sell compared to somebody who does. And there's other variables, like there's other things that you could factor into that, like persistence. Are you willing to make the seventh call, knowing that most people say no the first 5 times you call on them? That type of stuff. There's a lot of those things, but I believe confidence is one of those huge things. And I also believe confidence carries over into every part of our life. So I agree with you completely, Gail, that it affects business, but it also affects your personal life. And so if you can get that through dance or hockey or whatever that extracurricular activity, why wouldn't you want to find a way to get that? Because those are some skills and traits especially, that I would say so many people struggle that they don't have. I mean, how many people struggle with lack of confidence in the world? I don't know the percentage, but I'm going to sit here and guess that it's probably more than 50% of the world that struggles with a lack of confidence.
And it's interesting that you say that, because what comes up for me is when you talk about confidence, how people will like really push it down and not come to terms, if you want to say that what's stopping you, or are you showing up? What's covering over that lack of confidence? And are you being really true to yourself? And coming into classes where, you can unpeel and be vulnerable. And I can't do that step, or I can't move that way. And that there's the lack of confidence, right? It's not there. It's not that it's a lack. It's just, it's not there. And when you come into a class, you don't even know what you're stepping into. But when it's there for you to discover it, it's like, wow, I can do that. And then the confidence just blooms. And that's where you take it forward into anything in your life, because you took that one moment just to think about, can I or can I not do that? Will I or will I not? Will I take it on or will I not? And it comes down to a choice.
Yeah, it's I have to say that I see so many people, like we were talking the other day on here about how today the new challenge for children, it seems, is looking people in the eyes. Even having the confidence to look somebody in the eyes. And I was sharing that there's this celebrity stylist that I knew when I was in Halifax quite well, and he shared. I brought him in for an event to speak, and he shared that their business involved hiring people, of course, stylists like crazy, like they were always hiring. And he said that 10 years earlier, before the time he was speaking, 10 years before that, like 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 people looked him in the eyes, focused on him during the interview. And he said this 10 years later, 2 out of 10 did. And he said, so what that means is just by looking a person in the eyes, you have 50% chance of getting the job. But he said, how sad is it we're not looking at the fact that many people can't look somebody in the eyes? And it's easy to lay blame on anything. Like, it's easy to say this is because of this. And I mean, the easy thing would be to say it's because of phones, right? Like our devices. We're staring at our devices all day, and we're used to, like, if somebody's across the living room, I'll send them a text versus looking up and talking to them. I mean, it's easy to say it's that. And of course, I'm sure it plays a part. But whatever the reason is, I think it's something we should look at, is that there clearly is a challenge now with confidence. Like, I think it's something that needs to be, or should be, addressed at some point. Because like I said, it's whenever he's on the front line seeing that during interviews. So it's hard to dispute that. And at the same time, I see it, right? I see it with so many teenagers right now. It's a struggle. And it's not one of those things like, oh, it's the millennials, it's the Generation X. It's not one of those things that I'm saying. It's more a thing that they weren't shown. Like, they weren't shown the power of communication and how to be confident and all those kind of things. And, that's more, it's funny. We love to, like, it's funny how generations love to blame other generations, but I think it still falls on the previous generation from not passing that on. If you're the teacher and you're not teaching the kid how to communicate, well, it kind of falls on that person. I mean, I say that, our teachers deal with so much every day. So it's certainly not to take away anything from the amazing job teachers do, but I just mean, you can't blame the teenager that, at 6 wasn't taught to be confident by somebody, whoever that somebody is.
Sometimes the teacher has to be a parent, not a teacher.
Well, I say this
just to add that.
I think teachers are superheroes.
Yeah,
like,
they are.
The stuff that they put up with and go through simply because in a lot of cases they want to help the next generation. It's I just have to put in, that's like a little applaud to teachers. And a lot of times they work for less money than people realize. I find it funny sometimes how we have friends that are teachers that people will say, oh yeah, but they get their summers off. But if you still work at what they make through the year, and my understanding, it depends probably on different teachers, but it's balanced that, like, they basically take their yearly salary and divide it over 12, and they get that over 2 months. But it's not like they're getting an extra 2 months of pay. They're still getting whatever that salary was divided over 12 months. But at the same time, think of the work they put in and the job they do. And then if you look at the actual salary, it's still smaller than comparable stuff for what, other people do that are teaching, like a speaker.
And they don't just work 8 till 3, or, even for you, right? Like, that, like, if you're putting together a class, like, you have to prepare for that. And you have to, get it all ready.
I spend way more hours preparing, especially when I first started. It'd be hours upon hours upon hours. Now, I'm thankful over the last 30 years, I've actually developed a program from ages 2 to like 18. And it's within the program where what I'm creating is just that, is, learning the technique of dance, learning something about yourself, and, progressing that into what can you take that into your life.
And
the consistency.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny that you say consistency, because we, the confidence, and it's because as we were talking about the confidence, the other C that kept popping into my head was consistency, right? Which is such a strong attribute to anybody who does take dance, right? Like you said about the masters, or, the consistency of practicing a step, or working hard to perfect. What was I? Oh, I went somewhere and was meant to go somewhere else. So I do actually have one quick question. As far as ballerinas, there's a stereotype about size. Nutrition. We've kind of been talking a lot about nutrition and stuff today. And you kind of said that you created the program for ages 2 to 18. Is that something that you kind of talk to the girls about, or boys about, as far as, nutrition and
Yeah, so what I advocate, and this is a whole great world for me, because being in the dance world and then being in programs where really I thought, okay, so in order to stay in a program and do what I love, I need to sit and starve myself
Mm-hmm.
and not get to sleep and not even have gratitude for myself. And a lot of this exploration probably came as having children.
Mm-hmm.
And what I share with my students is really looking at what you eat, but also look at who you are and what it is that you need to eat, the nutrition that goes into your body. Get, ridding of all of these foods that are, go as whole as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Go as to the basics as you can. And that's really important. And to honor when you have that craving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay to have that craving, but like the food that you go in is your fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So the fuel that goes in is what's going to be the product of what comes out of you.
Yeah.
So true. So Gail, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And what your physical type is what your physical type is.
Yeah.
No matter how much you starve yourself or, how much you eat, like what you look at, the structure of your body is the structure of your body. And that's what's there. That's your gift.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's your
great.
temple.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Gail, this has been an absolute pleasure. And like I've said all day today, and I say it often, is that there's never enough time. Because again, I feel like we could, talk about both dance and what we're talking about now with health and wellness and even confident self-body image and all. I mean, there's so many areas here we could cover for days, I'm sure. But Gail, and I'll call it to be continued because you've been in our Blue Talks world for quite a while. You're going to be around in other interviews and stuff like that too. So to be continued. But the last most important, perhaps, part of the conversation, Gail, is how can people connect with you to learn more? And I mean, that could be for the dance studio whenever, it could be they might want to learn more about classes in the future, whatever that looks like. But is there a place that you would send people if they wanted to reach out or just connect with you further?
Yeah, absolutely. My website is now live, so I'm super excited about that. And so my website is contactdanceandwellness.com. And new summer stuff will be in there very soon. So super excited about that. You can email me at gailhaydanceandwellness.com. I'm also on Instagram, Gail Hay Dance. Also on Facebook as Dance and Wellness Studio. And also just my regular Gail Hay. I'm also on LinkedIn as well.
Amazing.
Awesome.
I love it. So Gail, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. I thank you so much. I salute you, and we will bring you back on in the near future and continue this conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Gail.
Bye.
Awesome. So great to have Gail here. And we're going to bring our next guest right on today. We're back to back to back. So we're just going to keep on rolling. So Allyson Roberts, so excited to have you here today. And Allyson, I don't know if you caught our approach earlier, but we usually like the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves rather than me doing an introduction. I just like to get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves, who they are, so that our listeners and viewers can kind of meet them for the first time.
Yeah, hi, Corey. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited to be in New York City in a few weeks. I am a cognitive behavioral expert and an intuitive coach. I combine science and spirituality so that people can understand how their brain works, become the boss of their mind, because the mind and the brain are two completely different things. And then I combine spirituality as well because it helps for us to have just, the knowledge that we have an invisible team that is always working on our behalf. So that is a little bit about me. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a mom. I'm a grandma. I'm a tennis enthusiast, suffering with allergies today because our pollen count is off the charts, dealing with power outages because we're having storms. And so
Wow. It's is Mercury still in retrograde?
Yes, it is.
I know. I honestly, like, I think, anybody that hasn't heard of that or isn't kind of a believer of that thinks other people like, that's just a coincidence. You're out of your mind. But as somebody who's spent so much time in interviews and lives and videos, I can tell you, I don't know, like, I hate to say it, but I don't keep track of when it's in retrograde, but I can tell because of how many different tech hiccups I see during that time. So I believe it's a thing because you could say somebody who knows. They could say, well, maybe I'm what do you call it, manifesting them or whatever. But I'm literally somebody who doesn't know, and I'm on with somebody, and then I usually find out, though, I can figure it out because of how many tech hiccups. But usually somebody who follows it will say, oh, of course, Mercury's in retrograde, so that's why this is happening. But I notice it before it happens. It's almost like some people that have arthritis that say they know when it's going to rain.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm the reader of when Mercury's in retrograde. So I just wanted to add that in. But one of the things you said there, Allyson, that I wanted to dive into, well, two things, actually. When you talked about the mind and the importance of our mindset, and then also I wanted to talk about that kind of connection, because I think one of the things Jack Canfield, if you're familiar with Jack, who co-created for the Soul. So Jack talks about an hour of power that he practices every day. And what Jack's hour of power looks like is 20 minutes meditating, 20 minutes exercising, and 20 minutes learning. So what I love about that, and I've never heard Jack describe it this way, but I'm sure, obviously he's quite conscious that this is what's happening. But what he's doing in those 3 20-minute segments, because some people say, well, can I do whatever I want in that hour? Well, you can. But I think the reason that Jack has had so much success with it is because he's feeding his mind, body, and soul.
Yeah, exactly.
He's hitting what you talked about. But my interesting thing about the mind, I was just thinking of this because I had this quote a while ago I put up, and I believe it to be true, but I'd love to get your take on it. And my quote was, and it ties back into what we were just talking about with Gail about feeding our body, is my quote said something to the effect of, I find it interesting that we spend so much time focused on what we feed our body and so little time focused on what we feed our mind.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I think it's just as important what we feed our mind and our soul as it is what we feed our body. So my question is, what are your thoughts around that? Do you believe that or agree with that?
I totally agree with it. And the thing is that, the mind works a certain way, and cognition is that, an outside circumstance happens, and we have so many thoughts that happen instantaneously, and most of them are subconscious. Most of them come from our past experiences. And then we have all these feelings that go along with the thoughts. And those thoughts and feelings are what we act on. So a lot of people do a lot of acting on thoughts that they don't want to really think that thought, so they think that action is going to fix it. So like they look in the mirror and they're like, oh man, my butt's really big in these jeans. And so then they go online and they look to find like the nearest gym and what kind of, special they're running and all of that kind of thing. And then they go for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks max, and then they don't ever go back again. And the reason for that is because you have to change your mind authentically. Like your new thought has to be something that you believe, and it doesn't have to be this like 110% belief in it. If you just believe something a little bit and you can feel it, like have a strong emotion to it, then it can become a new belief. And then the actions that follow that are amazing. But a lot of times people follow the whole practice of, I'm going to meditate and I'm going to eat this certain food and then I'm going to feel better about myself. You will, but you'll feel much better about yourself if you also learn why you're thinking the way that you think, and then learn how to change your mind so that you think a new thought.
Yeah, I saw there's a couple of things that I'd love to comment on there is one of the things is, and I'm trying to remember her name right now. Oh, Cappy Pidwell. So one of the things we've had in the past, are you familiar with Cappy? You know that? Okay, so Cappy Pidwell, I'm reading her book right now. It's over there, and I'm trying to remember the name because it's been a while since I dived in. But her book, I love what she talks about in the book. So there's two areas I want to go to here, both around manifestation. But one of the things I love that Cappy talks about, because I want to talk about the secret and why some people it maybe didn't work for them. They learn from that. But with Cappy, what she talks about is that instead of asking yourself, because I think here it goes on both sides. I think either you, in my opinion, why it didn't work for some people is they didn't truly believe what they were saying. In other words, what they witnessed wasn't representing of it. So in other words, you say, well, I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. and then you go to the store and your bank card doesn't work because you don't have enough funds. Like it's your subconscious mind, which is stronger than your conscious, is going, no, you're not. Sorry, dude. I'm watching. So what I like what Cappy talks about, so I think you either have to do one, you have to somehow find a way to actually in your head somehow trick yourself into believing you're a millionaire. And that would be Goddard talks about that a lot, like At Your Command. He talks about the reason it doesn't work for most people is because they don't truly believe it. Like they say it, they say it out loud a million times as an affirmation. They don't believe it. What Cappy says, which I like, is she says, instead of asking yourself or saying to yourself, I'm a millionaire, ask yourself, what if I could believe? Or is it possible that I could be a millionaire? Can I at least believe that it's possible I could be a millionaire?
Exactly. I think it's the mindset code.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is.
Yeah.
And I mean,
it was running through my brain. I was like, come on, get there. Come on.
I like if it's not, it's like two of those three words. So you're money. And so I love what she talks about there because I believe that to be true. Is I think either, like you said, you have to do one, which is a lot harder. To trick your subconscious mind is obviously way harder. Or like she says, instead of trying to force yourself to believe it's already happened, say, what if it's possible? And then go down that direction. And I believe most people can believe it could be possible.
Or I take it a step further. So when we're born, we are told by our parents from the second we enter into the world until they die, not until we grow up, until they die, what to think, how to feel, what to believe about money, what to believe about wealth, what to believe about owning a house, owning a car, all the things. And so we're not even living our own money story until we decide to learn how we feel and how we think about money. And so if you grow up where your parents are like, you have to work really, really hard for money. It's hard to come by. Only greedy people have money. Or if they're not greedy, then they did something really awful to get the money. They lied or they cheated or they stole. And so if you grow up believing that and you go to Cappy's, workshop or come to Allyson's workshops and we're trying to tell you, it can be different. The person wants so desperately to believe it. Like they're just like, okay, I'm on board. But if they don't dissect the money code, the money path that's been instilled in them and really understand that it's not their story, if they don't do that, then what happens is you have a really false win, and then you'll go back to your comfort zone, and then you'll fight and you'll have a really false win, big false win sometimes, but then you ultimately go back to your comfort zone. It's like people that win the lottery, it's not the money that's the problem when they win the lottery. It's their mindset that's the problem when they win the lottery. And if they believe that it's hard to come by and yet they've just won this big thing, they'll just spend it and give it away until they're broke again. So that's my truth.
I agree with that truth. And Shelley probably knows where I'm going to go with this. And then I want to let Shelley jump in with any questions she might have in this area. But the T. Harv Eker, the Secrets of the Millionaire Mindset. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that book, but one of the things that Harv Eker talks about that I really aligned with, and in fact, I maybe go further than he does with it, but the idea that we all have a set point or a money blueprint. And I think we all have a blueprint. I don't even think it's just around money, but in his example, it's money. And what he says, which I believe to be true, because you made me think of it with the lottery example. He was a millionaire twice and bankrupt twice before he finally figured out how to keep it. And what his money blueprint was on spend, because he didn't feel he was worthy of the money. And so what he says is that if you don't change your money blueprint, if nothing changes, so if you don't change that set point or blueprint, and you show me your bank account and your habits, in 10 years, I can tell you almost to the dollar what you'll still have in your bank account.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that to be true.
That's very true.
You work your way back to that exact set point.
Yeah.
And so I think
that's true, because because most people's blueprint is their parents' story and their grandparents' story and their great-great-grandparents' story. And so you have to be willing to say, you know what, I'm going to be the chain breaker for this money story. Like, I'm going to be the one that breaks the family pattern. I'm going to be the one that, you know, pays cash for my house. I'm going to be the one that pays cash for my cars. I'm going to be the one that doesn't carry credit card balances. Like, that's going to be me. And then I'm going to teach my kids how money really works. And then they'll have, and then it builds this legacy, because you're right. And he's right. Like, otherwise you just keep going back to what your brain knows about money, and it's going to win. The brain will win every single time until you change your mind.
And it's, you don't want to mess up your kids, but it's really challenging, because I think when you're saying this, the delicate balance, like as a parent, and I get that, you know, we can only control so much of it. They're still going to learn what they learn. They're still going to, like, you know, try to break the chain. If we created a chain, all that stuff. But when you said that, it makes me think of, like, so my pattern growing up is I was raised by a single mother. Now, my mother never verbally, and maybe this helped me a lot, never verbally said, we don't have enough money for that. Like, even though I knew we didn't have enough money for that, she never said those words. So I think that helped me a bit. Like, she, even whenever I've shared the story before that she had to work overtime to buy me a winter coat. And whenever there's a whole story behind it, but another kid took my coat because he had a similar coat, the same coat, and his was old and beat up. And I told my mother, she said, I know he needs it really bad. I know that family. We'll find a way to get another coat. She didn't say we can't afford another coat. So maybe there's some good languaging thing that happened there.
Yeah. We'll
Shelly,
find a way. I love that. Like, I want kudos to your mom.
But here's the other thing. Here's the flip side of that. So here's how, on that side, we don't want to make our kids believe that money is evil or we can't afford anything or whatever. But then the flip side, because I'm running into this with my older son, and then I want to let Shelly jump in because I know I hadn't had a chance yet. But our older son, his thing is, well, I'll bring Daddy to the store because he can buy it for me. He doesn't have a lack of money in his head at all. He thinks the opposite scenario. So then the challenge is, especially with kids now, because they see something on their phone and they think I should be able to get that at my doorstep today. So it's like the challenge also of thinking for them to think it's too easy, like money's too easy to come by. And like, it just seems like there's got to be a fine balance, because you want to believe that you want them to know that you have to work for this. This doesn't just appear on the doorstep. So it's got to be a fine balance. Or what are your thoughts around that? I'll let you tell me.
Yeah, I don't think that, I mean, because I have a daughter, she's 30. So, you know, we have a lot of conversations about, you know, money and wealth and wealth mindset and all those things. So, you know, I lovingly respect what you're saying. And I also disagree a little bit in that, I don't think I would discourage him that it's easy to come by. I think the lesson with kids is to sit them down and say, I'm not your ATM machine, you know, and this is what I do to have money come to me, and I love what I do. You know, I'm a multiple TED Talk speaker. I'm an author of, you know, best-selling books. I work with amazing clients. And I absolutely love it. It makes me get out of bed in the morning, and it never feels like work, son, you know? So I want to instill in you that you find something that you're this passionate about. And it may take you some stepping stones. Like, you may have to just take a job, you know, to, so that money is coming in so that you can do the things that you want to do. You know, like, I'm sure one day you're going to want to live on your own. I'm sure one day you're going to want to drive your own car. I'm not going to provide those things for you. So I want you to follow a passion where it doesn't feel like a grind. Like, I think instead of people making it about we can't afford or, you know, money is not that easy to come by. I think it's just a slight little pivot that changes the conversation just enough to let them know that, you know, you're not going to carry him for the rest of his life. But you also don't want him to just grind and be miserable just so he can live either, you know?
So when when would you start that? Like, so in other words, I should have told you the age. So oldest son is 4.5, youngest son is 1.5. So that conversation can still happen with the 4.5, but it probably verbally it's a bit different because of his age. Because some of those things he still doesn't fully, I mean, it'll sink in. His unconscious mind probably gets it, but his conscious mind is just like, what? Like, that's a lot of, a lot for him to take in. So I wonder, would you start early with that conversation, or would you just have minimal parts of that conversation early? Like, the fact that here's what I do and here's what I love. And
exactly. I would have it be a lifelong conversation, and the depth of that depends on their emotional and mental capacity to take in information.
Cool. I'm going to pass it over to Shelly because I've been dominating the whole conversation, but awesome. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, I missed the beginning part. I just had to step out for a moment. I think I caught what you said, but I'm not sure if I may have misunderstood it. Did you say that the money blueprint will be what your parents, like the blueprint in general, until they're alive? Did you say that? Did I
until they die?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless your parents go into some kind of, therapy or coaching or self-help, they're going to have the same money story until they go to their grave, but it doesn't mean that we have to.
Okay. So now I'm not sure because I did miss the beginning part and I do apologize. So do you work with other things besides money?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
We just went down that path.
Okay. I thought
we went down that path.
But I just wanted to make sure. So what does that look like? So do you just kind of focus in maybe on one? Because I mean, we'll call it an agreement, we call it a belief, we call it whatever we get from the parents. Do you just kind of focus on one thing at a time?
No, because it really, there's a lot of shame and guilt around raising kids with money. I don't think parents, unless they're completely abusive, they don't mean to do it. They don't mean to instill, shame and guilt. And if you hear me say shilt, it's because I trademarked the word. It's a combination of shame and guilt, but, they don't mean to, but it's one thing to instill like responsibility in a child. And it's a whole nother thing to just make it all transactional, like all the time. And so people will come to me and they'll say, Allyson, I have all of these, belief systems around, food and money and all these things. And after you get down to the bottom of the pile, it's really all about worthiness. I mean, that's really what it all boils down to, is not feeling like you're enough, not feeling like you're good enough, that you don't deserve to have what you want. So we can look at all the belief systems, but it's really, in my program, we're all working on worthiness and how it shows up when we have a lack of it.
That's powerful.
Thank you. Yeah, I have 50 people in the program. It's amazing just to watch their outcomes and their results. It's pretty inspiring.
Well, and my brain is kind of going through like even some of my beliefs, right? And yeah, it does really just boil down to just that one simple thing, and which is not simple, of course, but yeah, you can fill the pot with 20 ingredients, but you still end up with the same thing, and it's whether you're worthy or not.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's because if you're it's not always said either. Like, if you grew up in a 2-parent household and your mom stays home, I'm 57, so this is kind of the tradition when I was growing up until mom parents divorced.
You look amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Stepping up to her grandmother, and I'm like, what? Because before I turned my camera off, and I was like, and I heard grandmother, and I'm like, what? Is that the same person I just saw?
Well, thank you. Yeah, but it was just like most families had one car, most families, the mom stayed home. You know, the dad had 2 jobs, most families. And then he was never home.
Mm-hmm.
So that setup can, you know, it created a lot of shame and guilt without anything ever being said.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be in that environment. So people come to me in their, you know, in their 50s. I have clients that are 19, I have clients that are 80, but the ones who are, you know, in my generation, when I explain to them like what message they got from that environment, they're like, you know, but it just, it makes so much sense when we break it all down. They're just like, wow, wow, wow. So there's that.
Amazing. And so I guess then one other thing I'd like to ask Allyson, and every time I say this, but there's never enough time. But one of the things I want to ask as well is what drove you to this work? Like, what was your big catalyst moment or your big moment where you're like, this is it. I know that this is what I should be doing to help people.
I was 19 and homeless and living in my car, and pregnant. And one of the professors that was he became, I would say it's fair to say that he became a friend and a mentor. Before he realized that I was living in my car, he had given me the Napoleon Think and Grow Rich. And I, sitting in my car at night after I did my homework, because I was going to college and living in my car, after I would do my homework, I would pull out that book and start reading it. And I already had a spiritual foundation from a near-death experience that I had at 4 years old. And so the book really, it meant a lot to me. And I just started thinking, you know what? If I can change my mind, then it's going to change everything. And so I started thinking about being warm and thinking about being rescued out of my car. And then 10 days later, it happened. And it was a miracle how it happened, and it was the whole thing. So then I placed my son for adoption after he was born. And then fast forward 24 years later, he and I faxed our paperwork in to find each other at the exact same time, 4 minutes apart.
What?
Mm-hmm. And that was the turning point. That 15 years ago was really the turning point where I was like, you know what? People need this. They need to know how powerful they are.
Well, I have to show you, because we've been talking about it throughout the days, but this is, of course, Think and Grow Rich, I was saying that I just ordered a 1937 copy because
I was going to say that's the first edition.
This is 1940 something, believe it or not.
Okay.
But it's still the original cover and everything. But I ordered the fourth printing, and I'm waiting for it to arrive. It was sent a little while ago, so I can't wait till it gets here. But my point is, the reason I wanted to go backwards is, first of all, I wanted the energy of somebody who had held this book for like how many years, but also I know that the earlier editions have stuff that was actually left out of the newer ones.
Yeah.
And there's stuff I'm reading recently that I'm like, that hasn't been. I've read this book like 20 times, more than 20. And I'm like, I've never read that before. So that was my reason for going back. But I just wanted to say, when you mentioned Think and Grow Rich, like I get it sitting here. Shelley would tell you it's like my business Bible. And when you said that, when you shared that story, I thought about like Shelley and I were reading, I forget where it was, but about Bob Proctor and how he was trying to figure out how to become successful. And he went to this guy who became his mentor, and he said, I'm going to give you this book. And he gave him Think and Grow Rich. And then Bob read it for 57 years every day, more than 57. And so what it made me think of is, when you think about invisible impact, like how many people you've impacted, how many people Bob Proctor's impacted. And we can go down the list. Like I'm reading Og Mandino recently, and Og Mandino, in 3 or 4 of his books, references Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. So obviously it impacted Og Mandino and W. Clement Stone. I have to think that Napoleon Hill impacted 1 billion people. Because
easily.
I mean, isn't it crazy to think, like, what I'm getting at too is, we never know when we're embarking on something how many people this can impact. We may never know. And so that's why the world needs our work, is what I'm trying to say. Because I'm sure Napoleon Hill wrote that book after 25 years of research and thought it'll probably reach some people. It'll do okay. But there's no way he could have imagined, I don't think, how big it could have gone.
No, and he was so ahead of his time that I think that most people that read the book back in the 30s and 40s were probably like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, this is out to lunch. What's going on with this?
Yeah.
You're right, though. I can't imagine what it would have been like reading it then, because to me, it still feels, at least in time, if not slightly ahead now. And so imagine in the 30s. And his other book, Outwitting the Devil, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I read it a year ago, I think, roughly. And that book is way ahead of its time. Like, way ahead of its time. The stuff he talks about, like, it felt like, I was saying to Shelley, it felt like I was reading it. Like, it felt like reading it today was like he wrote it today.
Yeah.
Like, stuff he talked about is still just happening now. So, yeah, definitely ahead of his time. But I think, like I said, to me, it always reminds us that if you want, like what did Gandhi say, be the change you want to see in the world. If you take the step, you never know how big that change is going to be. One other thing I'll add, and then I want to ask you how we can learn more and all that kind of good stuff. But just to add to that, I haven't shared this story in a while, but Shelley and I went on a trip to Seattle, Jimi Hendrix's gravesite. And we were at the gravesite. While we were there, this guy comes up, little red car, gets out with cleaning gloves on, walks around Hendrix's site, cleans up all the litter, jumps back in his car, bails. And so, first of all, I realized, okay, he obviously doesn't work for the graveyard, because if he does, he's doing a horrible job.
No, right.
But there's a better chance he's a fan of Hendrix, or somehow is impacted by Hendrix, lives in Seattle, and goes there maybe every other day. But the crazier part is the time when we were there, Jimi Hendrix had been dead 43 years. So to think 43 years after your death, a person's going to your gravesite and cleaning up your litter. I mean, we never know how big that impact's going to be. We used to name William Shakespeare. 400 years? And we're still talking about his works. So again, I just think it's important for people to realize that you can live long beyond your body. So
especially if your stories are in writing. Like, to me, that's just why books are so important. They're so invaluable, because, you and I are not going to be here forever. But our work will be, and that's the beautiful thing about the writing.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Well, and the kind of work you're doing, I believe, is legacy work. It's going to impact so many lives. And so just the connection of, you mentioned in Think and Grow Rich, and I love that story of yours. I mean, I'm sure it's such a powerful story. And I'm sure when you share it in front of an audience or share it with clients, I'm sure they get goosebumps. And so thank you for sharing that with us. And Allyson, like I said, never enough time. I'm going to call it a to be continued, but want to know how we can reach you, learn more, connect with you, all that kind of stuff. And I'll add, Shelley, I don't think you heard this part, but you'll be with us in New York as well next month. So I can't wait to hear your story from the stage. But until that time, how can people connect with you further?
Go to Allyson Roberts. It's ALLYSON. You can thank my dad for that. AllysonRoberts.com. And there's a free meditation on the front. The very second that you open up my website, you'll see free meditation. And the reason that I put it there, and I want to end with this, is that meditation is important, guys, because if you meditate even for 5 minutes, the universe gets to work on your behalf for 23 hours and 55 minutes. So it only takes 5 minutes of visualizing to prompt the universe to work for you the entire rest of the day. So please go get the meditation and start changing your life.
Amazing. And I know we can end on that, but I'm just going to add, by the way, you were right with the name of Cappy's book. I did go and look it up. So it is just to give her a plug as well. But we could have ended on yours, and I could have said, thank you so much, because that was such a brilliant thing to end on as far as the power of meditation and why they need to go grab it. So Allyson, thank you for being you. Thanks for the work you're doing in the world. Until next time, my friend, and next time for us, at least, is going to be less than a month away. So until Columbia University.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Thank you so much, Allyson. Have an amazing day. Speaking of amazing guests, we have another amazing guest coming right up. So Juliana, so excited to have you here. So excited to see you again. And I don't know if you caught this, Juliana, but how we usually start is we get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves rather than me reading a bio. I always say, I know that if I read the bio, I'd mess up a word and it feels inauthentic to me. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are and the work you do for those that maybe discover you for the first time today?
Yeah, so good to be here. And I was just listening to the tail end of that conversation, which was so awesome and excited where this is going. So I am Juliana Bootsman, and I'm a chief spiritual officer and a conscious leadership coach. I say I've had 4 successful careers in my life, but only one vocation, and that is love. And so that is the thread to everything that I do and the work that I do in the leadership space. I build conscious leadership programs, custom for organizations based on the values of their company. But really the premise to that is and my mission is to make love the language of business for organizations. And what does that mean when we talk about love being the language of business? It's more than just language being spoken word, but that the essence and the presence to the foundation of all that we do is coming from that space. So it's coming from soul, from spirit, from heart, and not from ego and greed and all of these other, pieces that actually kind of lead us into creating and bringing things into the world that are weighty and heavy and create separation rather than connection. So yeah, so that's that. So my company is White Box Leadership. I'm also a mindfulness and meditation teacher, and I'm a mom of 2 kids, and yeah, lots of good stuff.
Well, of course, there's so many directions that we could go from there. I want to focus for a second on the love part of that, because I was saying yesterday that I put a quote up a while back, and I said, love is always the answer. And it was interesting to watch the debate that happened, because some people, and again, I think it comes down to your definition of love, but some people are like, well, what about this? And this would be the case where love is the answer. And then I changed it, and I made an edit, and it said, I changed it to love is almost always the answer, because I just thought I'll simmer down the fighting over it. And then I had people private message me saying, why'd you put that sometimes the answer there? Because it's always the answer. You were right the first time. And so to me, that I don't know why that was interesting, because of I realized that we define love differently sometimes. But to bring this to a circle and ask you a question about it, I was reading Wayne Dyer's book, Manifest. What's it called? Manifest Yourself. I can't remember what it was. Manifest something. And in the book, he talks a lot about unconditional love. Mm-hmm. And so I wanted to ask you your thoughts on how, and this is a huge question to start with, by the way, but how can we get to the point of
no pressure, though.
No pressure. How can we get to the place of unconditional love, and just meaning the idea that not judgment. I mean, we see tragic situations happen, and immediately our thought is we need to judge the people that were involved somehow. And so, in your opinion, how do we get to that place, or can we get to that place where it's like, I'm going to love everybody or everything unconditionally, realizing that everybody's doing the best with what they can, or whatever you feel about that. But again, big question, but what are your thoughts around this idea of unconditional love?
It requires a lot of other things around it, and one of them mostly is grace. And so in this journey of being human, I said it's a journey of discovering who we are as being fully divine and fully human. We are both human and we're holy. And so the paradox of that, though, is that in the fullness of our divinity, we are unconditional love. In the fullness of our divinity, when we're in that space, when we can go into, and I think that you can ask people in their lives, and they might be able to, and in the coaching work that I do, I'll guide people into, what was one time in your life, a place in your life where you felt just a total sense of unconditional love, peace, this and that. And often people will take you to like a moment. And sometimes it's a moment where you're like all alone, just sitting by the ocean, and you felt that, that breeze on your skin, and the sun was rising, and it was just like everything went still. And I don't know what happened, but I just felt like, and I could just love everything. Sometimes it's the birth of your child, and like the first time, it's like you've never even felt anything like that. So there's these moments, right? And in those moments, we maybe can say, I think maybe in that moment I was in and felt the fullness of my divinity. But then we've got our humanity, and in our humanity, we experience all of this range of emotions and everything. And one of those things in there is judgment. And so the paradox of these two things and the dance of it allows us to have this journey of forgetting and remembering and forgetting and remembering. And so I believe that that experience and that essence of unconditional love is ever present and abundantly available to us. But the journey of our humanity is kind of rediscovering that again and again and again. So it's not that it's not there. We just might not be in the state of it all the time. And so when we hold belief, and we can talk about like the faith of a mustard seed, or just that idea of like, we it's never discounting that it's not there, and it's okay that we're not in it all the time. And when we kind of stop getting in a fist fight with the fact that we're not in it all the time, we just can have a whole lot of grace and a lot more fun and bring a lot more joy into it and be like, oh yeah, right, I'm human. Oh, that's what just happened. Okay.
It's funny when you said that about that moment, and I don't know why or even how this is fully 100% related and dialed in, but it made me think of that. It's one of those moments where I feel like I'm in that bliss, and I don't know if I'm in unconditional love. Somebody else would have to help me figure that out. But for me, have you ever seen? Did you ever watch Seinfeld? First of all,
yeah.
Have you ever seen the episode where Elaine and this guy she's dating? Well, the guy she's dating is into Desperado from the Eagles.
I don't know if I'm going.
Well, every time it plays, he goes and looks up to this, off to the whatever, and Elaine's like, whatever his name is, Doug, and he's like, Elaine, just shh, because he's listening to Desperado. So then she gets Witchy Woman by the end of the episode. That's her song. But for me, one of those moments is when I'm listening to a guitar solo. A blues guitar solo, more so than anything. And I just get in this moment of like everything in the world is right. Yeah. And by the way, mostly it happens at a live venue, but it can still happen on TV. I just watched, it sounds weird, but I just watched, Chris Stapleton and Vince Gill and Keith Urban do this like jam solo to Tennessee Whiskey, but it was just all solo. And I got into that zone for like 5 minutes of that solo. So I get into that, but I don't, here, my point of that is I don't know if it's like an unconditional love moment or if that's more for when we had our first child. I don't know if it's there, but I do know that's a moment that I can recreate anytime I put on an amazing solo and bring myself back to there. I don't know what to do with it from there. That's what my point is.
Well, how interesting is that? So imagine if you go into that moment, and I say there's threads. So now it's like, if that is like this thing, but now you've got a thread. And so instead of just leaving that moment, you now actually intentionally hold on to the thread of that moment and let it go with you into the day and see what begins to shift. And I love that someone commented and sort of challenged you on like, well, why did you change your standpoint? Because I think you actually believed the first one.
I do.
And so you get to hold that totally. And when we stand in the conviction of that love, that's how we transform and change things. So I 100% encourage you. Like, it doesn't matter if other people are feeling friction over it. That's okay. They actually need to feel that friction. But we empower them to be able to continue to rise up when we stand in our conviction of it is all we need. It is everything. And when they see that confidence and that peace and that knowingness in you, which isn't aggressive, it's not like it is, it's like, it's just a peace about it. They're like, okay, all right. And you just stay steady there. But when we flip flop in love, which is what we do, because for some reason we're like, it feels like it's almost like saying a swear word, that it makes people go, oh, see, yeah, it's not really solid.
Well, and no, I love that. And you're right. I need to stand in that. And it's funny because just at this moment, it made me realize, for whatever reason, how powerful that Beatles song title is. All you need is love.
Yeah. They were tapped in, though. They knew it was going on.
They were tapped in, you said?
I mean, like Mother Mary was talking to him and stuff like that, right? Like, it's in the song. They were tapped in. But I want to go back to what you were sharing about that moment of unconditional love and hearing it in music. And I think the important thing, what I love about what you shared there is we sometimes think, or we associate unconditional love or like real devotional love only with like these really like small parts of our lives. Like it can only be for our child, or it can only be for the birth of our child, like that moment. But it's actually in all of the ordinary moments, like the way that the sun shines on us every single day. Like that is unconditional love. That's just there for us, like just there for us every day.
It's
The
funny
way
that,
that, like,
that's exactly what I was thinking of, is just going out sometimes and just lifting your head a little bit to the sun. And that's exactly what you said.
there was a huge thunderstorm last night where I live, and the lightning, and it was like even that was unconditional love, and whatever it was. And then this morning, the smell in the air was like incredible. So we get to come into the intimacy with just the simplest of things. And so music and art is such an expression of our spirit, and like of, and when, and for me, and it's going to, different things are going to resonate with all of us. But when you watch an artist, or you come into relationship with a piece of art, and something about it is different, it has a, we could call it like a vibration or frequency, or like, you could just, even if you don't know those words, that language doesn't make sense to you, you could just say something about this is different. And I'm like magnetizing to it, or I'm just stopped in my tracks, or I don't know what's going on right now. My experience of that is that the artists themselves are delivering that piece from like the purest part of them, and from a place of such freedom and love. We can call it unconditional love, that because they're putting that out, it meets you in a place that you're like, oh, that just hit me in a place and brought me to that space of love. And that's the gift of us living into the fullness of our expression. So you might ask this question later, but I'm just going to go there now because it's coming up. But the reason I do what I do, and like, is that for me, it's about supporting and guiding people to live into the full expression of who they are in the eye of God. And we could say that, though, if God language doesn't work for you, it's just who you are in the eye of like the universe, in the eye of something so much bigger than you, in the eye of love, like in the eye of truth, but like living into that full expression. And when we experience others doing that, you can't help but feel it in a different way. Those are the goosebump moments, which I call like the chills of truth. Like you all of a sudden get this like goosebumps, and it's like, oh, truth just happened.
Yeah, it's funny when you said that about the artist and being just there, and the artist is truly themselves in that freest moment for them. And I mentioned his name a minute ago, but Chris Stapleton, that's what I feel like. He's my artist of the moment for probably like the last 6-7 years. Yeah. And there's something pure about his songwriting, and something pure about what he's doing. Like you can tell he's not, like, you can just feel that he's not doing this for money. He's not doing this for any other reason. In fact, if you read a bit about his story, he has stage fright. And his wife is always on stage with him, so he can look over to her to get confidence to be on that stage. So that's not somebody who's doing it for the fame or the money. Like he really purely believes in this. And his songs also, like one of his songs is about a dog they adopted and what that dog gave him in his life. And so it just, there's something about him as an artist that does what you're saying. And I think I never thought of it that way before, but I think it's because he is a pure artist. Like he truly believes in getting that art out to people because he simply has no other choice.
Yeah.
And so I just love that you said that. And I'll add one other thing. I went to, this is a weird example, but in a book that I've been working on, a parable, I wrote about this moment that I just talked about with the solo. And I used it in a different way, though. I used it in the context of how we can condition ourselves to always go to that highest moment for ourselves. And where I got that from was Tony Robbins. Went to see a Tony Robbins, I went to see a conference that Tony Robbins spoke at. And what he got us to do was take a pen and sell it to the person next to us, and then take the pen and go to the opposite, to the other person on the other side. And when you were selling to the person on one side, he wanted you to think of the worst day of your life, worst thing that ever happened, and then turn around and sell the person to the pen on the best day of your life, like wedding, birth, whatever it was for you. And what he wanted you to do is he wanted the person that you're selling it to tell you the difference in you. So when you were on the worst day of your life, you were slumped, you were quiet, you didn't speak as loud, you didn't lean in. And it was the opposite when it was the best day of your life. And it made me realize when I'm going to a sales call, let's say when I was in sales, why can't I condition myself immediately thinking best day of my life and think of bringing myself back to that moment and now going into the call like that versus going, oh crap, I'm going to be rejected in this call and all the other negative that comes up. So then that solo moment made me realize, same idea, why can't I trigger that moment? Mm-hmm. Maybe it is I listen to a solo for 3 minutes before I walk through a door somewhere, get into a meeting. But it just made me realize I can always bring myself back to that moment as long as it's authentic. You know, I can't fake that feeling of that moment. But most of the times with that guitar solo, even the same solo, I'll get goosebumps every time.
Yes.
So I realized I can turn that on by actually just bringing myself back there. I don't know your thoughts on that, but that was kind of the frame I had around it.
The beautiful thing about that, and this is the work that I do in my coaching work, is that you know, we get to the place of what is the outcome, that the desire that somebody wants, and we focus on a state. So I want to feel connection. I want to feel peace. I want to feel love. I want to feel yeah, there's a couple examples, right? So whatever those are, we get to those. And so then through the course of the session, we'll discover and go to the places where that already exists. And every single time, the client can already get them into the full state that they wanted to, that they thought they needed to do something else to be in. And so the reason why we can do that, Corey, is because it already lives in us. Mm-hmm. That place of unconditional love, that place of peace, that place of grace, all of these things that we would call the essence of our spiritual being, they are innately in us always. And so we can access them without having to have and go and fly to Mexico or to, like, you know, have another baby so that I can feel that feeling again. Like, nope, I don't actually need to do that. But we can access it. So it's the beautiful thing I think you're posing here in our conversation, for others that are even listening, is what are those pieces? And they're going to be different for all of us, and we're going to have different things. And it's like, it might be songs. It might be, my daughter is dancing. She's 8 and she's started competitive dancing. And so my first career was as a professional dancer, and dance is just a thread of my life. And that's my form of art that I go back to. And it was my first sort of God moment that I felt, and I knew there's something so much bigger working through me here. But with that, in that expression, it's like we can just like feel ourselves so free in it. And I can go back to that moment. I don't have to be on a stage to be able to feel those feelings all the time, but I can access it because it's always in me. And I think the more that we kind of connect into those are tools to remember those moments, to use them. But the more that we do that, and the more that we allow ourselves to actually rest in the truth of the belief, like for you, Corey, that all we need is love, that love is really all we need, and that we don't have any tension around that we can be so free and unapologetic, and like, yeah, that is just what it is. I don't have to defend it. I don't have to prove it. I can just be in it. That we need to reach for the tools less and less, because it just becomes our consistent state of being more often than not. That's the journey I'm on, at least. And I'm human, so I was still figuring it out with you.
Amazing. Well, I love that. And I want to shift it over to Shelley, because I don't know, Shelley might have a question or two that's burning. I know she won't be able to be here for all of our next guests, so I want to make sure she gets an opportunity here and I'm not just stealing all the thunder. So Shelley, I'll let you jump back in.
I guess I was so once a client establishes kind of that place or that memory, and you said a thread, so is that just something that you kind of, that they carry through them through the day, like that thread, like what does that mean, or what does it look like?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number. I always say to my clients, you're the lead and I'm the guide. Okay. So we know where you're going to go, and I'll guide. So I'm on the river bank. You're the one that's in the river. This is your river, not mine. Mm-hmm. And I'll guide along the way. And so you can have somebody that has another perspective to be like, oh, there's something actually up ahead. Do you feel? And they're like, yeah, I can feel that. Okay, yeah, you're right. So then, the way that it can look is that they'll piece out something, and then sometimes I'll take them into a visualization to just imagine the day ahead, and we'll start to look like and allow them to just start to feel into the wisdom, the intuition of like where does that thread kind of continue to shift now? So it's about change. So now that I've got that thread, I'm going to move forward into the day with that thread. Something's going to feel a little different. So can I already sense into where, and more often than not, when we go into the state that I take clients into, they can begin to already receive that wisdom, feel, and by being in the session, it supports them to put voice to it. So now I've let it come out of me. It's not just sitting in my own mind and I've actually put air, voice, word, language to it, sound to it, that it makes it more real in this 3D experience. So my company is called White Box Leadership, and the whole purpose of the name White Box is about being able to, at any point in time, paint your canvas white again, and just be able to come back into that pure white box space where anything is possible, pure potentiality. And so from that space again, I know that in this moment, listening to this song or in this experience, I feel that unconditional love. And so now I'm going to step into the day, but into this white box, and begin to see what's being revealed to me when I come into the day with this experience of unconditional love, as unconditional love. And so in our sessions, I'll invite people to just share what's being revealed to them. And it's all sorts of different things can start to show up, but just giving yourself that space to begin to see differently. Richard Rohr, one of my teachers, says, light is not so much that which we see, but it's that which we see through. So when we come into the place where we've allowed ourselves to be in the resonance of unconditional love, it now becomes the light that our eyes are seeing through. So it transforms that which we now can see as possible in our day. So in a session, we'll go through a bit of a visualization. We'll already basically future cast. We'll go into the future and we'll see what's coming, which is a bit what your last guest was talking about, like the visualization, right? And then we go into living the day, seeing that light and being the willingness to experience the day different.
And then, so once they're out of a session and in real life, real time, so that thread, so when you talk about kind of the conditional love, unconditional love area, and then the human experience. So, just for an example, I'm living my life, driving down the road and someone cuts me off. So I go into human experience. So is that kind of when you pull the thread? Yeah.
Well, now I know the thread is there.
Yeah.
Because I've actually made myself aware of it. So it's a kind of and because I'm going into this work knowing my intention is to bring it into my living world.
Really? Oh, yes. Yeah.
So, and whereas someone that's going to the gym and they're just working out every day, but they have no intention of ever doing anything with it. I'm just going to the gym because I just want to look buff, but I'm never going to help somebody who I'm passing on the street and use my strength to do anything with it. So that's people that are just reading all the self-help books, but are never going to do anything with it, but they're learning everything. So they're thinking they can sound real buff, but they're not going to do
why not changes.
Yeah. But this work is about, I'm actually wanting to take this unconditional love into the world and begin to experience it. So now with that commitment or that willingness, when I come across and someone cuts me off on the road, my desire is to pull the thread through. So am I still going to have sort of a repeat pattern of but my pathway will, and the gap will get smaller and smaller to where I'm oh, generous thinking. Oh, maybe I'm actually going to pull back. Oh, that person still gave me the finger and I'm going to go, bye. I'm going to just be hey, whatever. So, but does that make sense?
Totally does. And I guess, me and Corey are very similar, that love is everything and love is all. So it's very interesting the way that you explain the thread, because I know for me, early on in this journey, that's probably where I was, whereas now, I just, I'm whatever, maybe he's having a bad day. Maybe he's rushing to the hospital to see his wife have a baby, I can see past that, there's no need for me to react.
Yeah.
But for somebody early on, I can see how that would really help kind of, I guess, bring about the change to live daily in this feeling of love.
Yeah, totally. I'm being brought all the way back, Corey, to your first thing that you said about love is the answer and how much like controversy that brought up. And in that moment, we can offer so much grace. Of course, that's such a confusing statement because love is so expansive and there's so many things about it that we try and figure out, but we don't know, that it's understandable that for some people are like, I can hear you say that and I don't understand how to receive that as the answer and what to do with it. And so I'm hoping that even like this small conversation we've had, but that's the work that I'm creating and I'm doing in business is to create an understanding of how do we live into that answer and understand ourselves as this expression of love and begin to discover what it means for it to actually be the answer. And yeah.
Well, and Juliana, I want to find out how we can connect with you and learn more and all that kind of stuff. I'll just add to that what you just said. One of the things I think whenever that happened, it was a while ago now, like 8 months or a year. But when it happened too, I think the other challenge was the definition of love. I think it also comes down to how people define it. Because I remember specifically one person, their thing was, well, what about when you like a person and now you're stalking them? Clearly, that's not the answer. But like that to me is not how I define love.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like there was a challenge too where people were defining love differently than maybe perhaps I would.
Yeah.
Like they were defining like, whatever that is. Like, and there was like 10 different examples of things that people were defining love differently. So it felt like too at the time, a lot of people were taking love that it can only be between a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how they were taking the thing. Like love is the answer, and they were taking it to them. Love meant a couple together. That's love. Like love can't be to an animal, a puppy, or your child, or humanity, or another person, or
And it's whatever the framework is to their particular experience and where they are, and so and that's okay. That's okay. And I think in that it doesn't need to change what the Saint Teresa of Avila from the Interior Castle, she wrote The Interior Castle, and her whole book can be summed up as think less, love more. When we get too much into the rationalizing, the trying to figure out, the trying to explain it, it actually constricts the radical expansiveness of this formless essence that is love. And so that's why I think like the teaching on love and the conversation on love that allows us to expand it so much for them at that time and space, that's their framework of it. And that's okay. And it can be confusing. You're like, but if love is the answer, why, like, it's not working for me over here. So like love actually feels like it's everything but the answer right now. Like stay as far away from it as you can, because it feels like every time I try and step on the love train, I just, am getting bruised and battered. But so so that makes sense. But then you get to be the example, Corey, of how in that moment, based on your framework of love, how it becomes the answer. So
amazing. This has been amazing. So Juliana, like I said, I feel like we barely scratched the surface. We need to bring you back on, whether it's on my separate podcast, that's separate from Blue Talks altogether, whether it's back on for another Blue Talks conversation. But this was just an absolute treat. So I just want to thank you so much for being you, for joining us today. And then the last part is, as I mentioned, how can we learn more? How do we connect with you now going forward?
Totally. First, I was like, we should totally just do a series on what is love and see where that goes.
Yes. That sounds awesome.
And people can connect me on my website is whiteboxleadership.com. They can find me on LinkedIn or YouTube at Juliana Bootsman. And
amazing. Well, we will send them in that direction whenever I get a chance. Our next guest is our final guest for the day. So whenever I get a chance, I will also put that in the comments. So those watching now, I'll make sure to put I'll put your LinkedIn in the comments and the website. And of course, I'll let you know if anybody has questions in the comments that we want to share your way so that you can tackle them. But Juliana, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. It's been a treat. We've loved having you. And again, till next time.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Corey. Thank you guys so much. Okay.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure. See you later. Okay, bye-bye. So our last guest for the day is Elizabeth Bennett. So Elizabeth, so nice to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. And to kick things off, we've been asking the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves. for those that may be discovering them for the first time. So would love to hear a little bit more about Elizabeth. Oh, I think you might be on mute.
Oh, and I have to step out. So Elizabeth, it was nice to see you, and I'm sorry I have to
see you again.
Yeah, skip the meeting, but
you'll see her at the upcoming events.
Yeah, so
she'll see you at the upcoming events.
Cool.
Awesome. Yeah, she had a call that was already planned before this whole thing started. It was her one call that she couldn't get out of. So Elizabeth, so just to jump in, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do and all that kind of good stuff?
You bet. I'm Elizabeth Bennett. I have been in education for over 35 years, and I'm just transitioning from being a school principal into a newly minted entrepreneur, author and speaker, actually. I have a book that's due out, hopefully in my hot little hands by the end of July, called Courageous Conversations, a guide to helping parents understand and connect with their teens. So that's been my focus for this past little while. And basically the reason that I came into writing this book, actually it's been on my heart and sort of on paper along the way for about 25 years. And initially it was to focus on bullying and actually I wanted to be that silver bullet that was going to have the answer to everything, right? And I found along the journey that it was really about connection and relationships. And interestingly enough, in this particular book, the chapter on bullying is only a chapter as opposed to being the whole book. So that's kind of where I am at the moment, and starting this new entrepreneurial journey has been exciting and enlightening. And oh my God, it's so different for me. There are so many things that I didn't know. And now I know them just a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. You're definitely speaking my language as well. And when you mentioned that about, I love what you said there too, like with bullying as an example, and we could use other examples too, but it's so interesting how usually when we want to go and tackle something, at first we like to go and say, I'm gonna make it all go away right away.
Yeah.
First step. And then it's wild how we ultimately discover that there's usually layers that we have to come in a bit easier than we originally think. But it's funny how we come in so heavy-handed usually when we're trying to make a problem go away. So when you said that, it makes me think of how we do that in so many ways. Like we're like, I can solve this. This is plaguing the world. Not thinking sometimes about the fact that how many layers are involved and how many years has it been plaguing the world and how many people have been involved. The odds that we can just come in and eradicate it in 5 minutes are probably slim.
Yeah, slim to none, probably.
Same thing as losing weight, right? Like the idea. Oh, go ahead.
Pardon me?
Oh, no, it's the same thing as losing weight, thinking I'm going to come in today and I'm going to lose 20 pounds by tomorrow. There's a whole process that you have to start with. But yeah,
and the thing about that too is like when you talk about the weight thing, I look at it for myself in a struggle that, I just want to feel better. I want to do good things and so on. And I noticed that the weight distribution came over a long period of time. So if it came over a long period of time, then I know that it's going to need to take a little bit of time, right? So if I take off a couple of ounces or a couple of pounds here and there every week, then, I'll feel a whole lot better about that. But similarly to that, the courageous conversations really needs to be about understanding and having that conversation with, in this particular case, because I'm focusing on families, excuse me, the piece about understanding where that other person is coming from and really being focused on dedicated listening. And that's part of what I talk about. I have 5 strategies for dedicated listening that are in the book. And it really is about being intentional with the conversation, intentional about just being focused with that one person, putting this hot little handy dandy thing to the side, turning it off, even if it means making an appointment to say, we're going to, my child and I are going to go for a coffee, depending on their age, or McDonald's, or to the park, or in their car. Because oftentimes parents have told me with their experiences with having conversation that a car is a really great place because it has a little bit of a boundary, but there's enough space that makes people not feel confined, and they don't have to look at each other, and they can have conversation, and they can look out the window, and they can do whatever, but they're still there to have that conversation with the other person. And part of the part of the piece that I encourage parents to do is to have different questions, and not just, hey, how was your day? Because, hey, how was your day escalates a conversation in most cases. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna add or ask about the listening part. It feels like, and you can tell me your thoughts on this, but it feels like this is a bigger challenge area than ever before now because of these little dandy things and other things. But it feels like active listening, what I used to call it active listening when I was in sales, but actually being involved in the listening part of the conversation.
Yep.
It seems like that's used to be, well, now it's become almost like an art or a science. Like most people aren't doing it. Like it feels like now it's become such a hard thing to do. And it used to be just, that was the norm. Like I grew up in a small town. We didn't have any devices back then, of course. And really nobody did, but we were in a small town. So there wasn't a whole lot going on. And you actually, now I won't say I'm generalizing, but a lot of people actually actively listen to the other person. Right. They weren't trying to get the next part of the conversation in, or they weren't trying to interrupt or shut down and go, I got to get groceries soon, all that stuff. But it seems like our world's so busy now, it's harder than ever to listen. Is that what you've experienced, or that's what you're seeing?
Yes, that's what I've experienced. But I think what ends up happening is we get into a space where busy becomes the excuse and the activity, where it in some cases it hasn't changed. I mean, if you're going to have a conversation with someone, then you need to be focused on having that conversation and being intentional and be curiously engaged. And that's like, understand more about what's going on for the other person. Because what I have found over the years, and partly because being in education, as a principal, I'm a problem solver, right? You come and see me, you say something, I sort of listen, I get the gist of what you're saying, and then I already have the solution for you. Or let's do it together and we'll do something. Whereas the time that we need to take time to breathe, and we need to take time to settle so that we can really have that place of, that's why I call it dedicated listening, because I want you to dedicate your time, even if it's for 5 minutes. Be intentional about it and really listen to understand the person before you already have 6 things that you're going to tell them that you have the answer to. And part of that conversation is to say, how can I be of service to you? So are you looking for me to come up with an answer for you? Are you looking for me just to listen? And so that gives the other person, and particularly teenagers, it gives them an opportunity to hear that you're valuing them and that you're actually going to listen, and that they're going to have an opportunity to have a voice, because oftentimes they don't, right? We already have stuff going on for them. We're telling them what to do. We're, giving them our best advice of whatever that is. And they're not a contributing member in that relationship and in that conversation.
I don't know why this popped into my head. Maybe it's because I'm looking at the book across from me over there. But the book that I tell everybody that'll listen, I talk about Think and Grow Rich a lot, but the book that was my first book was How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And one of the quotes I remember from that book that relates to me to what you're talking about, and this is more about relationship building, but at the same time, I think it applies equally. And I'm paraphrasing because it's been a while since I've read it, Elizabeth, but the gist of it was, you can gain more friends in 4 months. More friends in 4 minutes by actively listening to the other person than you can in 4 months trying to tell them about yourself.
Yeah.
And to me, it was like the idea of people, and I think he said something like, you'll have an audience with everybody everywhere if you are a great listener, like something to that effect. But again, it's a while since I read it, but that was the gist, is that so many people try to convince them on why you should listen to them, why they're awesome, what have you. But it's amazing how, if you're a great listener, people are like, I love her, she's awesome. And you might not have said one word, but yet people that aren't a good listener could have told you a million things to make you love them. And you're going, oh, I'm tired of listening to them. It's just amazing how that sort of works. And it's what makes me, I guess what I'm getting at is it talks about the power of becoming a good listener, a dedicated listener.
Yeah, exactly. Because people know that, right? Like you and I are having this conversation right now. People know that they're really being honored and they're really being valued when you're actually taking that time, when you're not looking around, when you're not, looking at your watch or your cell phone or, doing things that take your energy away from that conversation. And that's part of it too. I mean, I don't know that people know it intelligently, but they know it instinctively, right? They can feel when someone really is honoring their presence and being with them.
Absolutely.
And that's the magic of it, I think.
Well, and you mentioned there was 5 strategies that you talk about with dedicated listening. Yeah. And so can you reveal a couple of those for us? Can you share a few of them?
One of them is really being intentional, setting things aside. Like the dedicated listening and intentional piece is about setting things aside and really letting everything go and really allowing that person to know that you're just with them. And whether you look at each other, that's part of it, but that can be misconstrued in some cultures and some relationships. And so that it's not a must have, but it really is the presence and the loving connection that you have with that person. Another one is going for, instead of judgment, it's about understanding. So when you really are having a conversation with someone and you continue to be curiously engaged and you ask more questions, or you, mostly asking more questions. So tell me more about that, so that you're getting a broader understanding of the issue or concern or what that person wants to share with you. Because if you don't have that, then lots of it is just assumption. You know what that does. And another piece is reflective practice. So you want to be able to reflect on what that person has said, put your own stuff behind you. So don't come with already equipped with all the things that you could possibly say or do. And that's part of it too. So they're all blended together. They're not necessarily steps that you take, but they are things that you can practice independently. Because you might not have all the questions, or you might not feel comfortable about inquiring yet. But at least if you're there and you're quiet and there isn't judgment in the space, and you can say that in the conversation, this is not about judgment. This is just about me understanding where you're coming from and what it means to you. And tell me more about that so that I have a clearer picture.
It's interesting when you mentioned about the assumption and what that does. I used to share during talks around, it was a talk I had around personality types. So I talked about the 4 personality types. But before I got there, I talked about the challenges we face with communication. And so I talked about what you talked about as far as the assumptions and what that can do. And I used to share the story about Three's Company, the TV show.
Yeah.
And I commented about how, and it was amazing to me how many people didn't notice this, but almost every episode of Three's Company, I mean, I won't go boldly and say every single one, but I'm going to say almost every one was built around assumptions. So what happened was, for people that don't remember Three's Company, but basically one of the roommates would be inside the kitchen and they'd open the door slowly and they'd hear the other roommate talking about something and they'd assume what they meant by the something. So for example, remember one episode, he said, I have a bun in the oven, Jack, but he was a cook. And they took it that he meant back then. I don't know if we still use the term often, but he meant he got somebody pregnant. So they thought he got his girlfriend pregnant, and it turned into this whole episode when really all he was saying was, down at the bistro, I have a bun in the oven that I got to make sure somebody watches for me, or whatever. But it was like that would be a whole episode was based on them assuming what he meant, instead of, and this is why I wanted to go there, instead of the more logical thing was just be to ask him.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't know if you asked them, because the answer would be done. But what I mean is, every episode, like, if you've seen that you were making that many assumptions and having that many troubles, you would eventually just say, I'm just going to ask them, because I'm usually wrong anyway. But it is amazing to talk about how powerful assumptions can be when you can think about the fact that they made a 5-year hit show built around one assumption per episode.
Yeah. And that was very clever. Yeah.
And it shows the power, like you were saying, about not being, in this case, it's more of an assumption versus a listener. They were listening, but they just, they didn't know the full story. So they were assuming based on half information.
Right. Well, we often do that, right? And kids get into a lot of trouble with that because they assume, and then they think that, based on the way that someone looks at them, it must mean this. And so therefore they go off on this big tangent about my friends don't like me and there's stuff going on. And and so we need to break down some of that. But one of the key things that I encourage people and both teens and adults to say is, what am I making it mean?
I like that.
And sitting with that for a few minutes and just saying, okay. And that's part of the reflective piece too, is trying to understand, okay, what have I made what they've said mean? And then being able to, peel that apart too.
I like that because it makes me think of when people say, what's the story I'm telling myself?
Yeah.
In other words, my version of the story might be different than your version, even though it's the same situation.
Right.
And so we see a lot of people that have that where, like, for example, there's a great, years ago, I heard this great story. It was more of a joke, but about two kids and how, I won't go through the whole story, but I'll just say one kid always saw the best in everything. And the one kid always saw the worst in everything. And yet their situation is the same. They lived in the same household, same parents, everything the same. But, it was amazing. Each was telling themselves a different story. So like, I guess the gist of it is the one kid had all the toys in the room. Like all the toys were there and stuff. And he says, I never have enough and I need to get more. And I don't have enough toys. And the other kid didn't ever look at the toys or whatever. And basically they were doing their chores and they sent him out to the barn with the horses and he had to clean up after all the horses and he was cleaning up like crazy. And they were saying like, why are you so excited? You seem so happy and yet you're dealing with all this. And he said, well, I know there's got to be a pony in here somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's just, to me, it was just like sort of a story to point out the differences, how, each of those people can have all the same circumstances and still tell themselves a different story.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think it's based on their own behaviors too, and their own, what they imagine and what they see and how they package that all together. And so that's why too, when I have conversations with parents, that's why I've encouraged people to have that time frame, whether it's, 20 minutes, half an hour, to have that conversation just with one of their children at a time. And, you can't be too busy in the world to have time to spend with your children. That just shouldn't be. Then there needs to be something that you have to do differently in order to make that time. And in part of the book, I talk about the whole idea that if it's not something that you're used to doing, then don't expect it to be magical the very first time. And that there might be time where, the child or the teenager is going through, okay, so what's going on here? Because, he or she's never, my mother or father have never done this before. So it's going to take that time because that's the vulnerability space. And that's the building of trust. It's not always there. So it's a rebirth of trust. And with that too, that's the space where the parent also needs to know that, okay, so I've made this time to be with you. Well, I miss my golf game because of it. No, don't even go there. If you've set this time, just like you would with any other commitment, with any other, sales call or business or whatever it is that you do, that needs to be intentional too. And put it in your calendar and make it a date that comes up regularly, and not be the one that you cross off your list first, but rather cross it off your list last.
I love it. Well, and I can't wait to get my hands on this book. So I have to add that in there. There's so much that, we could dive into for days on this. And being a parent myself, I mean, I see so much value in this, and I think this is so needed. So, Elizabeth, I can't wait to see your talks on our Blue Talk stages. But before we could jump ahead to there, there's never enough time, but we're down to the last few minutes, and I just want to ask you how people can learn more. Like, is there? I know you said you're just getting rolling with this, but is there a place or a hub where you can send people if they want to reach out, connect with you, all that kind of good stuff?
Well, I have a website that's called elizabethbennettgroup.com. So there's some information there. And then I just created a new lead magnet to give people an opportunity to grab the 5 strategies and also to book a call with me if they wanted. And that's https courageous-parents.com.
Courageous-parents.com.
Yeah.
I'm going to, I just added your website in, and I'm going to grab the other one as well. Courageous-parents.com. Okay, I'm going to put both in the chat on the side, the comments, so that way people can literally just go there and grab or click, and it'll make it easy for them. But Elizabeth, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. I want to reach out whenever we're starting to schedule guests again for my own podcast, and maybe bring you on to that show as well. It's a show about influencers. It's called Let's Do Influencing. And as we know, influencers are parents too. So I think there's a really big need for this conversation. So with your permission, let's make that happen in the future. And in the interim, I just want to thank you so much for showing up, being here, and bringing your magic and being who you are.
Well, thanks, Corey. I look forward to having many more conversations with you and sharing the stage as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much, my friend. Such a pleasure. And we'll let Elizabeth run. I'm going to basically sign off as well. Shelly, as I mentioned, had to run to make a call. But I wanted to thank you guys so much for showing up, being here, being all in with us. It's been an amazing few days. We'll be back with this event again in a few months. Also, though, I'd be remiss not to say next month, we have the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event coming up, which will be hosted by Scott McDermott and Laura Lake. So make sure to check out that event. I'll be posting like crazy about that event here very shortly. And then we have some live events coming up in the near future. Maybe you're joining us. Maybe you're a speaker at the event. Maybe you're a guest. But we have Columbia University in June, Harvard in July, U of A or Alberta in August. And then in the fall, we have a couple events coming up in Florida and Ontario. So we have lots of Blue Talks events coming up to finish out the year. So definitely keep following us on Blue Talks. We want to try to make a difference in your life. And the only way we can do that is if you're here with us. So thank you so much for being here. Thanks for making magic happen. Thanks for joining us for 3 days. I'm Corey Poirier. This has been Blue Talks, the Army of Love. Until next time. Thank you, everybody.